Chapter 1693. Yen Kuin snorted. Kid, how dare you attack me? You're courting death. Now, I'll let you know the consequences of messing with me. With a snort, Yen Kuin charged forward. His body glowed brightly, and he looked like a god with great power. With a kick, Yen Kuin's entire right leg flickered with flowing light, as if it was a sharp blade sweeping forward. Yen Kuin was only a 5-star king, but his kick was more terrifying than an ordinary 6-star king's. It seemed that the disciples of the sacred grounds were indeed powerful. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a long howl and swung the black dragon fist of destruction to engage in battle. Boom! 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 The energy was too terrifying. Every blow could split mountains and rivers and destroy a city. After 10 moves, Yen Kuin was sent flying again. His right leg was completely numb. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't use any strength at all. Damn it! How is this possible? Yen Kuin was shocked. He couldn't believe it. He was a disciple of the wavering light, sacred ground. He was a superior existence. Although he was only a 5-star king, even a 6-star king outside of the sacred grounds was no match for him. Not to mention a mere Danzong disciple. But now he couldn't accept that he couldn't defeat his opponent. Damn kid, who are you? Yen Kuin shouted again. He couldn't believe that his opponent was only a Danzong disciple. He even felt that he had caught the wrong person this time. His opponent was definitely a disciple of a clan of the ancients or a peerless sacred ground. Otherwise, he couldn't be so powerful. Who am I? That's an idiotic question. You're here to catch me, but you don't know who I am? Lin Xian sneered. Don't be so smug. No matter who you are, I'll catch you today. Yen Kuin roared. He quickly circulated his spiritual power to repair his numb right leg. Then, with a stomp of his foot, he charged forward like a shooting star. Wind God kick! Yen Kuin roared. An unparalleled aura exploded from his body. He kept waving his legs like a mad dragon roaring in the forest. Violent winds blew in all directions, and the clouds danced in the air. A terrifying power surged out. The void was instantly shattered by the kick. This leg technique was too terrifying, incomparably swift and fierce. On the other hand, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He continued to brandish the black dragon fist and quickly met the attack. His opponent's leg technique was swift and fierce, while his fist technique was incomparably violent. It was as if he was going to destroy the world, causing the entire forest to tremble. Thunderbolt Dragon! Lin Xian coldly shouted and used the killing move of the black dragon fist. Suddenly, a black dragon rushed out, carrying with it an endless amount of lightning as it charged forward. On the other side, Yen Kuin also roared angrily and swept away the army. His right leg swept out, and suddenly a green leg flew out like a huge dragon. The void was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. One could imagine just how terrifying this kick was. Boom! When the two of them collided, a shocking explosion occurred. The violent energy caused the two of them to continuously retreat. Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and continuously dodged. At the same time, he was slightly surprised. His opponent was indeed a martial artist from the Wavering Light, Holy Land. He was indeed incomparably powerful. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been defeated by his attack. However, his opponent was actually able to contend with him and even fight to a draw. One had to admit that it was indeed surprising. While Lin Xian was surprised, Yen Kuin was terrified. He really could not imagine that his opponent's combat strength was actually so terrifying. One had to know that the Wind God's leg was one of his ultimate techniques. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, he had just used the killing move, sweeping away the army. This killing move was extremely terrifying. It could definitely sweep away thousands of soldiers and horses. No 5-star king could block it, and even 6-star kings would be kicked to death. However, his opponent had actually blocked it and was not even injured at all. This was something that she did not dare to imagine. Gale boots! In the next moment, Yen Kuan roared, and 2 green boots quickly appeared on his feet. The green boots were extremely simple and unadorned. They were emitting a resplendent light, and there were strange inscriptions carved on them. As soon as Yen Kuan put on this pair of boots, his aura became incomparably sharp again. Kid, go to hell! With a roar, his entire body turned into a green stream of light, and his speed was actually twice as fast as before. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian also frowned. Earth-grade treasure. Moreover, it was a rare Earth-grade treasure that could increase one's speed. Buzz! Yen Kuan arrived beside Lin Xian in an instant. Then, a terrifying leg shadow slashed towards Lin Xian like a heavenly blade. Not only was his speed increased, but even his strength was much stronger than before. Lin Xian did not take it head-on. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and turned into a stream of light, dodging in an instant. After missing his kick, Yen Kuan snorted coldly. Kid, this gale boots is one of my treasures. With it, my speed can reach an unimaginable level. You're not my match at all. Stop bragging. Wait until you can keep up with my speed. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You're courting death. Yen Kuan was furious. With the gale boots, his speed would increase exponentially. How dare his opponent look down on him? This drove him crazy. With a roar, he increased his speed again. His entire body was like a flash of green, extremely fast. However, not long after, Yen Kuan roared angrily. This was because he could not catch sight of Lin Xian's figure at all. Damn it, this is impossible. Kid, where are you hiding? Come out. He roared crazily, thinking that Lin Xian had escaped or was hiding somewhere. Whoosh! However, in the next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. The reason for that was because he sensed that a figure had appeared behind him. Just as he was about to turn around, a voice floated from behind. Hiding? What a joke! You just can't keep up with my speed. Accompanying this disdainful voice was a berserk aura. In the next moment, Yen Kuan felt a pain in his back. His entire body smashed into the ground like a meteorite. Bang! Below, a bottomless pit was formed. The surrounding cracks were spread in all directions, and a large area of forest had collapsed. A vacuum appeared. The one who made the move was naturally Lin Xian. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, and his speed reached an unbelievable level. Even if Yen Kuan had the gale boots, he could not keep up with his speed at all. One had to know that no matter how good the gale boots were, they were only earth-ranked treasures. Lin Xian's heavenly dragon's 8 steps was a martial arts cultivation method written in primordial immortal script. Its origin was definitely unimaginable. Therefore, Yen Kuan was miserably sent flying by a punch. Bang! Below, Yen Kuan stood up again. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered and covered in mud. He was incomparably mad and was about to go crazy. Chapter 1694. As a disciple of the Yaoguang sacred ground, he had the Gale battle boots. His speed was extremely fast. He originally thought that as long as he used the Gale battle boots, his opponent would not be able to keep up with his speed. He would definitely be beaten up. But now he realized that he was wrong. Even if he used the Gale battle boots, his opponent's speed was faster than his. He could not even catch his opponent's trace. This drove him crazy. He did not dare to believe it. So, in the next moment, he used the Gale battle boots again and rushed forward. But very quickly he was sent flying by a punch. His opponent's speed was too fast. It was far from what he could compare to. Damn it, I don't believe it. Yen Kuan was really crazy. His whole body emitted a dazzling light. A green territory instantly surged out and enveloped the entire space. Kid, go to hell. The wind god's space vibrated rapidly as countless huge wind blades, which were like heavenly blades, slashed towards Lin Xian. The sky was hazy and countless cracks appeared in the void. Humph! So what if you're fast? In my wind god territory, you have no chance of escaping. Yan Kuan revealed a sinister smile. But this time, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Facing the wind blades that were slashing toward him from all directions, he also used the dragon's sword territory. Boom! An extremely sharp sword light swept in all directions and immediately blasted all the wind blades away. What? This is impossible! Yan Kuan screamed again. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could his opponent's territory be so powerful? It actually blasted his attack away. Damn it, what's going on? A small Danzong disciple was faster than him. How could his attack be so powerful? Was he even human? He could not imagine how his opponent could have so many ultimate moves. Kid, I don't believe it. Take my strongest move, Wind God Kill. Go to hell. The green airflow in the sky gathered and formed a huge green light ball in front of Yan Kuan. It was about to explode. But at this moment, a white figure flew out from Lin Xian's sleeve and instantly arrived in front of Yan Kuan. Where did this monkey come from? Scram! Yan Kuan looked at the little white monkey in front of him and shouted coldly. The light in his eyes turned into two sharp swords and pierced out instantly. Wooji, Wooji, the snow-white little monkey's figure flashed, instantly dodging the attack. At the same time, he appeared in another direction. He raised his furry little paw and slapped towards Yan Kuan's head. Pa! Yan Kuan fainted. He felt dizzy, and the spirit energy in his body went out of control. Therefore, his strongest killing move, Wind God Annihilation, vanished without a trace in an instant. In fact, he even fell head first. Well done! Lin Xian laughed out loud. Then, with a flick of his finger, several sword chis transformed into countless chains that quickly wrapped around the other party. Ha! The Crimson Dragon also came out. With a strange laugh, it waved its dragon claws and formed a seal, instantly sealing the opponent's spiritual energy. The two of them were very fast, and they were done in the blink of an eye. 3 seconds later, Yan Kuan also regained consciousness, but soon he was dumbfounded, because he found that he could not use his spiritual energy at all, and it was even sealed by the other party. Not only that, his whole body was suspended in the air, and his body was covered in cold chains. What was going on? He was completely stunned. Just now, he was knocked out by the little monkey's slap, and he was unconscious for 3 seconds. When he woke up, he became like this. Damn brat! How dare you touch me? Hurry up and put me down, or you're dead. Pa! The Crimson Dragon swung its tail and slapped the other party. What are you shouting for? You're now a prisoner, and you still dare to threaten us? Damn snake, how dare you slap me? Do you believe that I'll skin you alive? Yan Kuan roared crazily, but what greeted him was more slaps. Soon, his face was swollen like a pig's head. His eyes were full of viciousness, and he wanted to kill Lin Xian and the others. However, he did not have the chance to do so. Next, Yan Kuan almost spat out blood, because the Crimson Dragon swung its claws and took off the storm boots on his feet. Oh, not bad. Good stuff. I can't miss it. The Crimson Dragon stretched its claws in and shook them, and its speed increased instantly. Oh no, the little white monkey also took the other party's storage ring. Then its body swayed, and it jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian said with a smile, "Let me see, what's the difference between the Yaoguang Sacred Land's disciples' wealth?" He probed with his soul power, and then exclaimed, as expected of the peerless Sacred Land, this disciple must have a lot of wealth. Indeed, he found piles of subdivine crystals in the storage ring. In addition, there were many other things such as cultivation methods, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. In fact, he even found something special. It was a green cloak. Lin Xian put it on and felt the strong power of the wind. Thinking about it, this should also be an auxiliary magic treasure that could increase one's speed. Moreover, it was an earth-grade weapon. Hey, this cloak is not bad. It suits Ben Huang better. Boy, I'll trade this pair of boots with you. The Crimson Dragon took off the storm boots and traded it for the cloak in Lin Xian's hand. It was not suitable for him to wear only 2 boots with 4 claws, so he might as well wear a cloak. Here you go. Lin Xian rolled his eyes and gave him the cloak. Then he put on the storm boots. Then he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It can indeed increase speed. Brother, thank you. Lin Xian patted Yan Kuin's shoulder. Yan Kuin trembled with anger and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was mad. He was really mad. Lin Xian was right in front of him, but he was dividing his treasures and thanking him in the end. What the F***CK was going on? What was more infuriating was that he had been sealed by Lin Xian and could not use any power at all. He could only watch helplessly. The next moment, he opened his eyes wide and roared crazily. F***CK! Damn monkey, you can't eat that. He found that the little white monkey had taken out a pile of supreme-grade fruits from his storage ring and was eating them crazily at the moment. The little white monkey ignored his warning and even spat out a fruit core and threw it at Lin Xian's face. He was so angry that he went crazy. In the end, Lin Xian withdrew his hand and put away the storage ring. Then he took the Crimson Dragon and the little white monkey into the air and left. Only the sealed Yan Kuin was left behind. He was tied to a tree and kept screaming. However, Yan Kuin's screams soon attracted many monsters. Miserable screams could be heard in the forest. Chapter 1695. And all of this had nothing to do with Lin Xian. He moved and went on his way again. With the Gale war boots, Lin Xian's speed was twice as fast as before, even if he did not use the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. If he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, his speed would be even faster than before. He would probably be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a mighty figure. This made him extremely happy, and he was even looking forward to whether he could attract a few more martial artists from the Yaoguang Holy Land. The martial artists from the Holy Land were really full of treasures. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he wandered around the surrounding cities and forests. As expected, it did not take long for him to attract the attention of the Yaoguang Holy Land again. Kid, where are you going? A burly man chased after him. In the forest, Lin Xian moved and flew in front, and behind him, the burly man was extremely terrifying. He did not fly at all, but ran at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, the entire ground trembled nonstop as if thousands of soldiers and horses were running crazily. With a light leap, the burly man's figure leaped over the top of the mountain. Like a large bird, he quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Gale war boots under his feet shone, and he instantly accelerated, forming an afterimage and dodging the burly man's attack. He looked at the distance, and it was about time, so he stopped and stood in the void looking down. Who are you? Are you a martial artist from the Yaoguang Holy Land? If not, hurry up and leave. I don't have the time to fight with you. Kid, you're too arrogant. You're that Lin Xian, right? Come back with me obediently, or you'll die a horrible death today. Go back to your sister. At the side, the Crimson Dragon shouted, Did you bring any treasures with you? Otherwise, we wouldn't have attacked you. You're courting death. The burly man was furious. How dare the other party have designs on him? Did he really think that he could compete with him? He snorted coldly and stretched out his palm. Suddenly, a large bronze hand flew out and directly shattered the sky. Boom! The sky collapsed in an instant, and an incomparable black hole appeared. Fortunately, the Crimson Dragon was fast enough to dodge the attack. Kid, I'll leave it to you. The Crimson Dragon watched from the sidelines. The little white monkey sat on the Crimson Dragon's back, hugging a pile of spirit fruits and gobbling them down. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then landed on the ground. Your strength isn't bad? The tall and sturdy man sneered. Brat, I think you really don't know what death is. Eat my fist. He punched out, and the entire void instantly exploded. Terrifying energy fluctuations, visible to the naked eye, swept out in all directions. This punch was extremely simple. There was no radiance, nor was there any technique used. This was pure physical strength. So powerful! Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. It seemed that the other party was indeed formidable. As expected of disciples from the Holy Lands, they were all so powerful. The burly man was also a 5-star king tier, but he could definitely kill a 6-star king tier with a single punch. Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Instead, he was extremely excited. Since he was determined to embark on the path of becoming a great emperor, he must be invincible in the world. Now, it was his first step on the path of becoming a great emperor. Good. He laughed and punched out with both fists. On his palms, a destructive aura was as deep as the sea. Explode! The two kept colliding, and the entire sky trembled with the sound of metal clashing. It was too terrifying. Even the demonic beasts in the distance were directly knocked unconscious by this force. The burly man also frowned. He did not expect that the other party's strength was also so terrifying. The other party was even comparable to him. This made him extremely surprised. No wonder you're so arrogant. You do have some skills. However, you dare to compete with me in terms of strength. You really don't know how to write the word death. The burly man sneered, and his arm suddenly expanded like an iron pillar, emitting a cold light. The next moment, his strength also multiplied. Boom! With a punch, he directly pushed Lin Xian back. What a terrifying force! Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword qi, and he quickly destroyed the force. At the same time, his eyes shone with a sharp light. The fact that the other party could push him back in terms of strength was enough to show that the other party was not ordinary. The burly man also sneered, "Kid, do you see that? This is the difference between us. If you dare to resist again, I'll definitely smash your head next time." Lin Xian did not answer. His whole body swayed again, and he charged forward. It was still the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist, and the violent destructive aura was vast and mighty. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. On the opposite side, the burly man's face was ferocious. His body grew taller again, and the muscles on his body bulged, making him look like a god of war. He punched out with his palm, and a terrifying force shook the void. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. Sky-ripping raging dragon. Suddenly, a black dragon rushed out, and with a wave of its terrifying dragon claws, the entire space was completely torn apart. Boom! The burly man looked as if he had been struck by lightning, and he was sent flying again. After smashing 3 mountains in a row, the burly man stood up shakily. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and there were even cracks on his body. Damn it, this is impossible. How could your strength have become so strong again? Did you not use your full strength before? He was too shocked because he did not expect his opponent's strength to become so strong that he could suppress him. With a cold snort, the burly man's body emitted light, and the small wounds on his body were quickly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a strong physique! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was also slightly surprised. This was the first person he had seen who did not need to consume elixirs, and his body automatically healed his wounds. It seemed that the wavering light, sacred ground was indeed full of geniuses. After the cracks on his body were healed, the burly man snorted. "Kid, I have to say that I have underestimated you. I did not expect that a small Danzong disciple like you would have such strength and terrifying strength. However, it is impossible for you to defeat me in terms of strength. I practice the body tempering technique, and I have even used the blood of an almighty demon king to temper my body. It can be said that my strength is completely beyond your imagination. Next, I will let you know what true strength is. When that time comes, even if you kneel on the ground and beg me, I will not let you go." The burly man shouted and clapped his hands. Suddenly, a bright light appeared on his body. King Kong Demon Ape Transformation. Accompanied by this voice, the burly man's aura suddenly skyrocketed. It was incomparably terrifying, and there was even a monstrous, murderous aura. Not only that, but the muscles on the burly man's back bulged and finally broke open, and 4 arms stretched out. On both sides of his cheeks, 2 hazy ghost faces appeared. They were extremely ferocious, like a demon king. Chapter 1696. 3 heads and 6 arms. Indeed, at this moment, the burly man had turned into a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. His entire body looked incomparably demonic, and an evil aura swept out in all directions. "Kid, you should be proud that you made me use 3 heads and 6 arms." The burly man laughed sinisterly. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body flew over quickly like a meteor. What a strange cultivation technique! Lin Xian was also very surprised when he saw the burly man, but he still punched him. The terrifying fist shadows turned into countless black dragons, roaring in the air. It was as if there were countless real dragons, and the terrifying aura was suffocating. The entire void split open. However, the burly man laughed, and his entire body bloomed with light. His speed skyrocketed in an instant. He quickly dodged most of the attacks, and at the same time his 6 arms were constantly waving. The terrifying power was like raging waves surging over. It directly tore apart the black dragon shadows. In the next moment, he arrived near Lin Xian. Just the terrifying, murderous intent on the burly man's body shocked Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and countless sword lights rushed out from his body, completely destroying the terrifying, murderous intent. "You're neither human nor monster. Watch me destroy you." Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a black dragon flew out from his fist, carrying countless lightning bolts. The huge dragon covered the sky, blocking out the sun in the sky. It was as if an ancient demonic mountain had crossed time and space. Not only that, but there were also black lightning bolts descending from the sky, piercing through the void, carrying an unparalleled power. In an instant, these energies enveloped the burly man. The burly man laughed sinisterly, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. This time he did not dodge at all. Instead, he waved his 6 arms and quickly blasted forward. Boom! 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 The 6 arms waved, and each attack was incomparably terrifying. It was as if 6 peerless experts were fighting Lin Xian. The terrifying energy blasted on the black dragon and directly destroyed it. The black lightning bolts were also blasted away, scattering in all directions. Lin Xian frowned. This was the first time someone had been able to shatter his thunderbolt dragon in a direct confrontation. It had to be said that the other party's strength was indeed inconceivably strong. In fact, that 3-headed and 6-armed body was even more sinister. After the burly man succeeded, he sneered, "Your unique skill has been broken by me. Let's see what other tricks you have. But no matter what you do, you can't defeat me. Later, I will break all the bones in your body and drag you back. I will let you know the consequences of provoking me and provoking the wavering, light, holy land." The burly man's eyes were filled with ferocity. His entire being was like a demonic beast, filled with a terrifying aura. "Humph, you're overconfident." Lin Xian coldly snorted. "If you have the ability, you can say these words after you've caught me." Lin Xian roared and once again swung the black dragon fist. However, at this moment, the great dragon sword soul within his body began to revolve as well. This time, he used the great dragon sword soul to activate the apocalyptic black dragon fist. This caused the power of the fist technique to increase again. Seeing that Lin Xian was using the same fist technique, the burly man sneered disdainfully. "It's useless. Your fist technique is of no use to me. While he sneered, he swung his three-headed and six-armed body and charged toward Lin Xian with terrifying energy. In the next moment, the two collided. Bang! The earth-shattering collision shattered mountains and rivers. However, this time, the burly man was forced to retreat. What? Impossible! How can your fist technique be improved? He was so shocked that he couldn't believe it. It was as if his opponent had no limit. The same fist technique, but the power was stronger each time. Could it be that his opponent had not used all his strength? Thinking of this, the burly man's face was filled with horror, but soon he shook his head and denied it. Damn it, it's impossible. It's impossible for a small Danzong disciple to have such powerful strength. He must have taken some kind of medicine. The burly man seemed to have grasped something as he said, coldly, "Kid, I know that you Danzong disciples have a lot of pills. You must have taken some kind of special pill to temporarily increase your strength. But if you want to defeat me, you're dreaming." The burly man roared and attacked again. This time he pushed his strength to the limit and was determined to capture Lin Xian. His 6 arms kept swinging like bolts of lightning, invincible and causing the void to tremble. The 3 heads were even more ferocious. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. Dragon Shadow Rampage. Facing this powerful burly man, Lin Xian also used the 3rd killer move of the Black Dragon Spring. Suddenly, a terrifying scene appeared in the sky. The sky was filled with dragon shadows, each of them extremely terrifying. The entire void was filled with countless dragon shadows. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if 10,000 dragons were born, and nothing could stop it. Boom! In the next moment, the sky full of dragon shadows collided with the 3 heads and 6 arms, emitting a dazzling light between heaven and earth. The entire void cracked rapidly as if countless volcanoes were erupting at the same time. Heaven and earth were in chaos. In the storm, the burly man screamed and was sent flying again. This time his injuries were even more serious. All the bones in his body were broken. On the other hand, Lin Xian was unscathed. The aura on his body was getting fiercer. So what if you have 3 heads and 6 arms? In front of me, you're still vulnerable. Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. The gale boots on his feet shone with a green light. In an instant, he was in front of his opponent. He swung the Black Dragon Fist again, carrying the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. It was extremely fierce and destructive. Ka! With a punch, countless fist shadows surged and broke all 6 of the burly man's arms. Impossible, damn it! How can you be so powerful? The burly man roared crazily, his eyes filled with fear. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Even he was no match for him. However, in the next moment, a terrifying light appeared in his eyes. He was like a wild beast, emitting a terrifying, murderous aura. Kid, do you think you've won? You've underestimated the martial artists of the Wavering Light, Holy Land. He roared angrily. A ball of golden light appeared behind the burly man, instantly forming a golden domain that enveloped Lin Xian. Suddenly, a terrifying murderous aura circulated crazily, and countless energy streams poured into the burly man's body. In an instant, the burly man's bones were all reconnected under the energy of the king's domain. However, his face was still extremely pale. Kid, you'll pay the price. The burly man looked at Lin Xian with a murderous look in his eyes. In the next moment, he activated his domain. Suddenly, a boundless storm surged, and even blood condensed. Finally, a fist-sized blood ball appeared in front of him. Chapter 1697. The burly man opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. The aura on his body erupted like a volcano once again. The surrounding domain also produced an endless sea of blood that swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sword qi rushed out of his body to resist the sea of blood that filled the sky. The sword Qi was incomparably sharp. In an instant, everything around him was sent flying. Nothing could get close to Lin Xian. At this moment, a shocking aura came from the front. After the burly man swallowed a lump of blood, his appearance changed again. Although he still had 3 heads and 6 arms, at this moment, countless golden hair grew on his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a demonic ape. His body also became bigger again, as tall as a small mountain. With a slight movement, the entire void trembled. Roar! After the transformation, the burly man seemed to have lost his mind and directly let out a torrential roar. Then he quickly rushed over. In an instant, the 6 palms kept slapping. The void trembled, the ground cracked, and a terrifying aura blasted towards Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the dragon's sword domain appeared beside him. Then he activated the dragon's sword domain and continued to charge forward. Every attack was like a divine sword slashing down, colliding with the 6 large hands. Bang, bang, bang. After a dozen or so attacks, countless cracks appeared in the sky. Lin Xian still looked calm, and the burly man's palm cracked again, revealing deep white bones. Impossible. Damn it. This is absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. He was really crazy. He had already used the king domain and even used his most powerful trump card, but he still couldn't hurt his opponent. He couldn't believe it at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's over. In the next moment, a faint golden light bloomed in his eyes, and then a mysterious Tao pattern appeared. What? On the opposite side, the burly man's expression changed drastically. When he saw Lin Xian's golden eyes, his entire body trembled. There was even a dull expression on his face. In the next moment, Lin Xian pulled out the 9 nether devil sword and executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, transforming into a sharp sword light. He waved the 9 hell devil sword in his hand, and a terrifying sword Qi instantly slashed towards his opponent. Puff! The burly man's head with 3 eyes was instantly cut open. Blood spurted out, and the head rolled to the side. The headless corpse fell to the ground, and the entire king's domain instantly disappeared. At this point, the disciple of the wavering light Holy Land was killed by a single sword strike. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took his storage ring and left with the crimson dragon and the little monkey. The burly man's storage ring was also very rich. Lin Xian did not hesitate to use the supreme grade subdivine crystals to cultivate. He was already a 3-star king. If he wanted to become a 4-star king, the amount of energy he needed was several times more than before. Therefore, he had to gather energy even more crazily in order to break through. While cultivating the supreme grade subdivine crystals, he also increased his cultivation and strength. However, Lin Xian still lingered in this area and did not leave. This was because he knew that more people from the Wavering Light, Holy Land, would come. As expected, 6 days later, he met the disciples of the Wavering Light, Holy Land again. This time it was even more dangerous. 2 martial artists from the Wavering Light, Holy Land, appeared at the same time. Lin Xian fought with them, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was affected. In the end, he successfully killed the other party. After collecting the 2 storage rings again, Lin Xian did not stop this time and flew into the distance. It would be difficult to find a single Wavering Light, Holy Land disciple in the future. Most of them would appear in pairs or groups of 3. Therefore, there was no need for Lin Xian to stay any longer. This was because if he attracted the elders of the Wavering Light, Holy Land, it would not be a joke. Not long after Lin Xian left, the nearby cities and countries were also in an uproar. For disciples of the Wavering Light, Holy Land were killed. This was definitely shocking news. In an instant, the news spread all around. After hearing the news, all the martial artists were shocked. They did not expect that someone would dare to attack the wavering light, holy land. Did he want to die? The wavering light, holy land was even more furious. They had just been betrayed by Danzong. Now, someone dared to kill their disciples in public? Moreover, he killed 4 people in a row. This was undoubtedly a slap in their face in public. Therefore, for a time, countless masters took action and swore to catch the murderer. They sealed off the area within a radius of 10,000 miles and began a search. However, Lin Xian had already left vigilantly. Naturally, they did not catch anyone this time. However, they did discover something. They found the bodies of the 4 disciples. After studying them, they directly ruled out the possibility of Mo Tianqi killing them. In the end, they even suspected that it was the Danzong disciple named Lin Xian who killed them. When the news came out, everyone was shocked again. A core disciple of Danzong killed 4 disciples of the wavering light, holy land. No matter how they heard it, it was unbelievable. After all, the wavering light, holy land was a top force on the continent. Danzong was only a subsidiary force. Now, how could a Danzong disciple be so powerful? He killed 4 disciples of the wavering light, holy land in a row. Many people even thought that the wavering light, holy land had made a mistake. However, the wavering light, holy land did not doubt it. They had elders and masters. After analyzing the bodies, they found that there was a strong destructive aura left on the bodies. There was even a sharp sword aura. All of this matched the information about the Danzong disciple named Lin Xian. Therefore, they concluded that this must be Lin Xian's doing. For a time, they issued a kill order again, and all of their forces were to kill Lin Xian. Once the kill order was issued, the entire eastern wilderness was shocked. For many years, the wavering light, holy land had not been so angry. However, recently they had issued a kill order one after another. First, it was Danzong Mo Tianqi, and now a young man named Lin Xian had appeared. This was extremely shocking. Not only that, this was the first time Lin Xian's name had appeared in the eastern wilderness. For a time, everyone was shocked. This was too unbelievable. How could a little Danzong disciple be so powerful? There must be some secret behind this. Perhaps Lin Xian had some sort of heaven-shaking treasure? For a time, many people were inquiring about Lin Xian. In a primitive, dense forest, Lin Xian was cultivating as he hurried along. In the past few days, he had been refining the supreme grade, substandard, divine crystals he had obtained. Therefore, during this time, his cultivation had increased rapidly. However, there was still a long way to go before he could become a 4-star king. If he continued forward, he should be in the Hurricane Empire. Lin Xian looked at the map. Let's go. After cultivating in the forest for so long, it's time to take a look at the city. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he flew toward the empire in front of him. Chapter 1698. Let's go. After cultivating in the forest for so long, it's time to take a look at the city. Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew toward the country in front of him. At the same time, he let the little white monkey and the crimson dragon return to the black earth. He himself also changed his figure and appearance. Now he had to be careful. 3 days later, Lin Xian appeared in the city. Appearing on the street and feeling the prosperity around him, Lin Xian's state of mind also changed. In the past month, he had been killing, and his body and mind were tense. Now that he was in the city, he had a certain degree of relaxation. The tension and relaxation had deepened his understanding of the martial path. After finding an inn, Lin Xian took a hot bath and slept. In the next few days, there was nothing much. However, after another 2 days, the atmosphere in the city suddenly became tense, because a group of powerful martial artists had arrived. These people were all martial artists from the peerless sacred grounds and the top sections. Needless to say, they must have come to pursue Lin Xian. Along the way, they crossed several countries and countless cities. Although they did not find Lin Xian, they still did not give up. F***CK. After chasing for so long, I'm exhausted. let's find a place to have fun first. Several powerful martial artists went straight to the most prosperous place in the city, Cloud Mountain Pavilion. The most prosperous place in the city occupied a large area. The pavilions were surrounded by clouds and mist, and there were even countless floating palaces. It had to be said that this was indeed a good place. After those martial artists came in, they enjoyed themselves even more. This time, not only the Yaoguang sacred ground came, but also the myriad thunder sect, the carefree sect, the moon worshipping sect, and other top sections. These sects all had a grudge against Lin Xian. So at this moment, when the Yaoguang sacred ground was chasing after Lin Xian, they naturally wanted to join in, because not only did they have a grudge against Lin Xian, but they also suspected that the matter of Hongyu might be related to Lin Xian. Therefore, no matter what, they had to capture Lin Xian. Is that kid with the surname Lin really that strong? He killed 4 disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land by himself? Asked a warrior of the carefree sect. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Humph! How could that brat be so powerful? He must have used some despicable means to succeed. The disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land snorted coldly with a gloomy face. At this moment, another person said, "Don't underestimate him. I heard that when he was in the sacred palace, he killed many disciples of the moon worshipping cult. It seems that he even killed the successor." What? There's actually such a thing. For a moment, many people looked at the moon worshipping cult. Humph! That's because we were careless. Moreover, he seems to have a mid-grade earth step treasure. Just you wait. This time, my moon-worshipping cult must kill him. Speaking of mid-grade earth tier artifacts, it seems like one of your 10,000 Thunder Sect's treasures, the 10,000 Lightning Hammer, was also won by the other party. Hearing this, the faces of the 10,000 Thunder Sect's disciples darkened. This matter had always been a disgrace to them. Therefore, this time, they must snatch back the 10,000 Lightning Hammer. Humph! This time, we also invited the Tuoba family. No matter how well that brat hides, he won't be able to escape. The disciple of the 10,000 Thunder Sect gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. At this moment, the Yaoguang Holy Land's cultivator said in a low voice, "All right, stop arguing. Since we have the same goal, let's work together and strive to find that brat as soon as possible." The few of them occupied the best place in the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. The surrounding cultivators were driven far away and could only stay in a remote corner. However, not long after, Lin Xian walked in from outside. He had been in this city for many days, and naturally, he had heard of the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. Therefore, he decided to take a look today. As expected, as soon as he arrived, he was moved by the scenery and atmosphere of the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. This was indeed a paradise. Now that he had changed his appearance, he was not afraid of being recognized. Therefore, he strode into the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. After Lin Xian entered, the surrounding cultivators did not pay attention to him. In the center of the hall, those from the Yaoguang Holy Land looked over. They were here to chase after someone, so they would not let go of any opportunity to interrogate him. However, Lin Xian had changed his appearance and aura, and even suppressed his cultivation to that of a one-star king. Therefore, the cultivators from the Yaoguang Holy Land and the moon worshipping sect glanced at him with a mocking smile and did not pay attention to him. However, one of the middle-aged men frowned slightly and his eyes flickered. "What's wrong, Senior Mop?" a disciple of the 10,000 Thunder Sect asked. The middle-aged man beside him was naturally from the Mop family. This time, he followed the 10,000 Thunder Sect to capture Lin Xian. The people from the Tuoba family were naturally seeker spirit masters. This middle-aged man had also cultivated a strange eye technique. He could see through illusions. Therefore, the middle-aged man's expression naturally attracted the attention of the 10,000 Thunder Sect. This brat hid his aura and cultivation. The middle-aged man from the Mop family said in a low voice, "What? hiding his aura and cultivation? The disciples from the other sects frowned at the sight. Can you see what's real and fake? Is he Lin Xian in disguise? However, the middle-aged man from the Mop family shook his head. I can't see clearly. I don't know if he's the thief we're going to capture, but I know that he's definitely hiding his cultivation and aura. Humph! How can an ordinary person hide his weapon and cultivation? This person must have some secrets that he can't tell others. The disciples of the 10,000 Thunder sect snorted coldly. We'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go. We can't let a suspicious person leave. A trace of killing intent appeared in the eyes of the moon-worshipping sect's disciples. The disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land snorted coldly. Capture that person and interrogate him. That person, I'm talking to you. Come here. A disciple of the 10,000 Thunder sect stood up and pointed at Lin Xian coldly. This change directly attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the hall. Immediately, many people whispered to each other, "Who is that person? How did he offend the 10,000 Thunder sect? Who knows? That person's aura is ordinary. I'm afraid he's only a 2 or 2-star king. How dare someone like him offend the 10,000 Thunder sect? It's over. I'm afraid that guy is dead." Sighs could be heard one after another. Lin Xian also frowned. He didn't expect that he would attract the attention of the 10,000 Thunder sect. This made him very puzzled. In the next moment, he stopped in his tracks and looked ahead. He saw not only the cultivators of the 10,000 Thunder sect, but also the people of the Half Moon sect, the Carefree sect, and the Yaoguang Holy Land. These people were probably here to hunt him down. However, he had changed his appearance and aura, and even his cultivation. How was it possible for the other party to discover him? Chapter 1699. He had already changed his appearance, aura, and even his cultivation. How was it possible for the other party to discover him? However, when he saw a figure, he understood what was going on. The Tuoba family. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that the Tuoba family would also come. They were good at using eye techniques. Perhaps they had discovered that he was hiding his cultivation. It seemed that they were only suspicious and could not be sure. Lin Xian figured everything out in an instant. Therefore, he did not pay attention to them at all. Instead, he found a table and sat down. "Waiter, serve the wine," Lin Xian said indifferently. "What?" Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect looked gloomy. How dare they ignore him? This was unbearable. Some of the surrounding martial artists sneered. Hee, this kid is dead meat. He dares to provoke the Myriad Thunder sect. He will definitely end up miserable. He's probably from the village. He's a hothead who doesn't know the Myriad Thunder sect at all. Whether he knows them or not, he's dead meat. That kid's cultivation is so low. I'm afraid he'll be slapped to death by them. Sure enough, the disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect looked gloomy and ferocious. He said coldly, "Kid, I advise you to crawl over obediently and kneel in front of me to admit your mistake. Otherwise, you'll end up miserable." Hearing this, the people of the moon-worshipping sect, the Carefree sect, and the Wavering Light Holy Land sneered. The surrounding people also looked like they were watching a show. Lin Xian did not even raise his head. He said indifferently, "Whose dog is barking here? Quickly take it back." Puff! Many people spat out their wine. "What? Whose dog is it? This kid is still so arrogant. Is he not afraid of death?" Not only were the surrounding martial artists shocked, but even the people of the Wavering Light Holy Land frowned. The other party was so arrogant. Did he have something to rely on? The disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect did not care. His face was gloomy, and his body was surging with killing intent. The other party dared to insult him. He deserved to die. "Kid, provoking me is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Now go to hell." The 10,000 Thunder Sect disciple's voice was filled with cold, killing intent. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and was about to attack. Below, Lin Xian frowned. He gently put down his wine cup and coldly said, "Noisy, why aren't you slapping him?" As he spoke, he gently waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the sky condensed into a resplendent palm and slammed forward. That palm flickered with radiance and was extremely fast. It was like a streak of light as it instantly arrived in front of the 10,000 Thunder Sect's disciple. Pa! With a crisp sound, that disciple of the myriad Thunder Sect was sent flying. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. She even subconsciously covered her face. Shocking, it was too shocking. Someone had actually sent a disciple of the myriad Thunder Sect flying with a single slap. This was definitely a shocking event. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and felt their scalps go numb. This was because they discovered that Lin Xian's aura was still very weak. It was only at the level of a 1-star king. However, at this moment, they knew that the other party was definitely hiding his cultivation level. His true cultivation level was absolutely terrifying. Who was he? What was his background? For a moment, countless discussions sounded. In front, the people of the Wavering Light Sacred Land, the Moon Worshipping Cult, and the Unfettered Sect also frowned. Sure enough, the other party was hiding his cultivation level, and he had hidden a lot of it. That slap just now had shocked them greatly. To be able to send a disciple of the myriad Thunder Sect flying with a single slap, the other party was definitely not simple. As for that disciple of the myriad Thunder Sect, he struggled to get up, his entire body surging with killing intent. Half of his face was like a pig's head, and his teeth were all broken. Shame, a huge shame. To think that, as a disciple of the myriad Thunder Sect, he was actually sent flying with a single slap in public. This was definitely a huge shame. He had to kill the other party to wash away the shame. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily, "Kit, I want you dead!" As he spoke, he charged towards Lin Xian like a crazy beast. Lin Xian frowned, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Then he bent his finger and flicked it quickly. Suddenly, a sharp finger light turned into a shocking sword chi, piercing forward. Lightning rushing fist. The myriad Thunder Sect disciple also waved his fist, carrying an incomparably violent lightning aura. Bang bang! In an earth-shattering collision, that terrifying fist shadow was instantly pierced through. Not only that, the myriad Thunder Sect disciple's body was also penetrated in an instant. Puff! Blood spurted out, and the lightning that filled the sky disappeared in an instant. The myriad Thunder Sect disciple directly fell to the ground. What? He was killed. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp went numb, and their hearts were filled with fear. Who is that person? He's too strong. He killed the myriad Thunder Sect disciple with a raise of his hand? Is he not afraid of the myriad Thunder Sect's revenge? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling. Now, they no longer dared to look down on him. In front, the people of the Wavering Light Sacred Land, the Moon Worshipping Cult, and the Unfettered Sect also frowned. As for the other myriad Thunder Sect disciples, their faces were gloomy. They stood up one by one, their cold eyes fixed on Lin Xian. "You dare to kill my myriad Thunder Sect disciple? Get over here and accept your death. Kneel down obediently, cripple your own arms, and beg us like a dog. Otherwise, you're dead." Cold shouts came one after another. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. "So what if I killed him?" "If you're not convinced, then attack." While speaking, Lin Xian slowly stood up. Although he changed his appearance and looked ordinary at the moment, his eyes were incomparably deep. Buzz. Therefore, when his gaze swept the surroundings, it immediately brought about an invisible pressure, causing everyone to tremble. Even the people of the myriad Thunder Sect on the opposite side frowned. "Brat, who are you?" The unfettered sect disciple asked in a deep voice. The myriad thunder sect disciple snorted coldly. Speak, are you that Danzong's traitor, Lin Xian? Lin Xian. Hearing this, everyone gasped. They were extremely shocked. During this period, Lin Xian's name often spread in the eastern wilderness. It was said that his cultivation was not high, but his combat strength was heaven-defying. He had even killed 4 disciples of the Wavering Light sacred land. It could be said that Lin Xian was very mysterious recently. No one had expected that they would actually discover someone who seemed to be Lin Xian here. Yes or no, what's the difference? Lin Xian asked indifferently. Humph, whether you are or not, you dared to kill my myriad thunder sect disciple. Today is the day you die. Isn't that it? Lin Xian shrugged. Then do you think I have to answer you? Brat, you're courting death. Feeling that they had been played, the myriad thunder sect disciple was extremely irritable. His murderous aura surged, causing the entire hall to tremble. Chapter 1700. However, at this moment, a white-haired old man appeared in the hall. As soon as he appeared, he was like a stabilizing needle, calming down the violent airflow. An expert. Everyone was shocked. The old man said with a smile, Everyone, please don't fight in the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Old mister, you worry too much. We naturally won't fight here. The Wavering Light Holy Lands people also stood up and said in a deep voice, Kid, do you dare to fight to the death outside? I'm afraid you can't keep up with my speed. Lin Xian snorted coldly and turned around abruptly. Then his figure flickered and he left the city. You're courting death. The myriad thunder sects people snorted coldly. Their figures flickered and they also turned into lightning and left. Behind them, the Wavering Light, Holy Land, moon-worshipping cult, and carefree sects cultivators also moved. Let's go and see. The other cultivators in the hall also hurried to follow. However, after following for a while, they all gave up. That was because the other party's speed was too fast, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian took the lead, turning into a streak of light and flying away. Although the other party had more people, there were no almighty experts, so he was not afraid at all. Because with his current speed, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. Behind him, the 3 myriad thunder sects disciples looked gloomy. They flew at full speed, emitting a powerful lightning aura, like a sudden clap of thunder, piercing through the void. Damn it! How can his speed be so fast? The myriad thunder sects cultivators looked gloomy. They cultivated the lightning Tao, so their speed was much faster than cultivators of the same level. But they did not expect that they could not catch up with the other party. This greatly shocked them. Damn it, hurry up and attack. We can't let that kid get away. While speaking, one of the myriad thunder sects disciples shouted coldly and stretched out his hand, grabbing toward the front. In the next moment, countless lightning bolts rolled in the sky, forming a blue sea of lightning that covered the entire sky. Rumble. Amidst the sea of lightning, a palm covered in lightning appeared. It had the aura of covering the sky and earth as it ruthlessly slammed forward. In front of him, Lin Xian coldly snorted. The surrounding sword chi surged, and the dragon's sword domain quickly appeared. Following that, the dragon's sword domain vibrated, forming a resplendent sword light. Everything in its path was reduced to dust. This sword light was too sharp. It spread out in all directions like a tide. Instantly, countless cracks appeared in the void, and the nearby mountains and forests were also cut apart. The ferocious lightning claw was cut into countless pieces by the sword light. Pung pung pung. Before it could reach Lin Xian, it disappeared without a trace. What? It was actually destroyed. The pupils of the 10,000 thunder sects disciples shrank when they saw the scene. He did not expect his opponent's strength to be so terrifying that he could instantly destroy his attack. Humph. Watch me. On the other side, a cultivator from the moon worshipping cult also roared in anger. Bright moon, divine fist. When Xiao Chen punched out, the moonlight flickered. It was like a real moon had descended into the mortal world. A terrifying aura swept everything away as it flew forward at high speed. On the other side, the people from the carefree sect also attacked. Their bodies glowed with resplendent light as they continuously struck out countless palm shadows. It was like a hurricane that filled the sky, strange and fast. In an instant, countless terrifying attacks enveloped Lin Xian in front of them. Boom, boom. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand. Suddenly, the dragon's sword domain slashed horizontally, and a huge crack appeared in the void. That crack was very dark, like a bottomless black hole. It caused all the energy flying from behind to rush into the black crack. In the blink of an eye, the black crack swallowed up all the attacks. What? He dodged all of them. This is impossible. Behind them, the cultivators were extremely shocked when they saw the scene. They were all elites of the large sections. When they joined forces, no one could contend against them. However, that man was able to effortlessly block all of their attacks. He was unharmed. This was too surprising for them. After Lin Xian blocked all of their attacks, he did not stop. Now it was his turn to attack. With a wave of his hand, the dragon's sword domain bloomed with resplendent light. Then it quickly expanded and enveloped 3 cultivators in an instant. Inside were 2 disciples of the Myriad Thunder sect and one of the disciples of the moon worshipping cult. The 3 of them were enveloped by endless sword light as if they had entered a world of swords. In the sky and on the ground in all directions, there was incomparably terrifying sword chi. This caused the 3 cultivators' expressions to become abnormally ugly. The 3 of them furiously roared as they hurriedly unleashed their king's domains. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, their king domains collided with Lin Xian's dragon sword domain. Haha, kid, go to hell. No matter how strong you are, you can't block the 3 of our domains. You dare to provoke us. You really don't know what death is. The 3 of them sneered and used the power of their domains to fiercely attack Lin Xian. You are the ones who don't know what death is. Lin Xian snorted and pushed his palms together. The dragon's sword domain bloomed with an even more resplendent light. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi were extremely sharp. Then, these sword chi carried the power of the domain and quickly slashed forward. In the next moment, it collided with the 3 king domains. The intense collision caused the void to collapse. In an instant, the 3 king domains dimmed by a lot. On the other hand, Lin Xian's dragon sword domain was still bright and extremely sharp. Damn it, how could this be? This doesn't make sense. The 3 of them had ugly expressions and looked terrified. When the 3 of them joined forces and unleashed their king domains, it was absolutely terrifying. Even a 6-star king would not be able to contend against it alone. However, the other party blocked it. Not only that, but it also caused a lot of damage to their domains. Damn it! What kind of domain does the other party have? The 3 of them had ugly expressions. Not long after, the 3 of their domains directly cracked with a bang. The 3 cultivators also vomited blood and fell from the sky. When the cultivators chasing behind saw this scene, they were even more shocked. They did not expect that the pursuing troops in the lead would be defeated so quickly. What kind of method did the other party use? They were extremely shocked. A cultivator from the Xiaoyao sect quickly waved his hand and immediately formed a hurricane that caught the 3 falling cultivators. Another disciple of the Xiaoyao sect let out a long cry. Then, a pair of almost translucent wind wings appeared on the disciple's back. They were a few meters long and carried with them a strong wind power. On the wings, there were strange runes that flowed and emitted a terrifying aura. Whoosh! The 2 wings flapped, and the cultivator of the Xiaoyao sect instantly arrived near Lin Xian. Chapter 1701. Whoosh! The carefree sect martial artist flapped his wings and arrived near Lin Xian in an instant. Gale palm! The carefree sect martial artist waved his palms. Suddenly, the air currents in the sky swirled and formed two terrifying palms, blocking Lin Xian's path. Well done! The wavering light, sacred ground martial artists were overjoyed. As long as they could stop Lin Xian, they would be able to capture him with their strength and means. With his path blocked, Lin Xian did not continue to fly. Instead, he stopped in the void. He turned around and looked behind him coldly. There were 6 people left. Although it was a little tricky, he and the Crimson Dragon were enough to deal with them. He waved his sleeve, and the Crimson Dragon flew out. Wuji, Wuji the little white monkey, also volunteered to fight. At this moment, the wavering light, sacred ground martial artists arrived. They stared coldly at Lin Xian. Boy, come back with us obediently or you're dead. Such a sneaky person must be very suspicious. Show your true face quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. Cut the crap. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body swayed and appeared in front of a martial artist in an instant. Then he threw out a punch. Black dragon fist of destruction. Violent energy gushed out and sent a moon-worshipping cult's disciple flying with a punch. What? He's so fast! Seeing this, everyone's pupils shrank. They did not even catch a trace of Lin Xian just now. This caused a sense of fear to rise in their hearts. The wavering light, sacred ground disciple's face turned ugly when he saw this. Gale Boots, you're Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian had changed his appearance, he could not confirm it. However, he knew about the pair of green boots on Lin Xian's feet. It was a treasure of a disciple of the wavering light, sacred ground. However, it was in Lin Xian's hands. It must be Lin Xian. You're right. I'm Lin Xian. Lin Xian sent his opponent flying with a punch. Lin Xian said indifferently, What? You really are that thief? Hearing this, those people were all shocked. They didn't expect that this suspicious person was indeed the Lin Xian they were tracking. Haha, kid, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. Today is the day you die. A disciple of the Xiao Yao sect laughed maniacally. As for the disciples of the 10,000 Thunder sect and the moon-worshipping cult, their expressions were ferocious. You dare to provoke us? Kneel down and accept your death. The disciple of the wavering light, sacred land harumphed coldly. Kid, tell me your secrets and tell me where Hong Yu is, and I'll let you live. With just the few of you, you won't be able to make me stay. Lin Xian coldly snorted, and then used the dragon sword spirit domain again. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon also released a red domain, covering the front. Woo, woo, woo. The snow-white little monkey's eyes flickered, ready to strike at any moment. You're courting death. The disciple of the wavering light, sacred land, shouted angrily. He found that Lin Xian dared to take the initiative to attack him. What made him angrier was that Lin Xian didn't want to fight him alone. In addition to trapping him, there was another disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. Lin Xian wanted to fight 2 people alone. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Therefore, he roared and struck out with his palm. Holy light palm. An incomparably vast palm, accompanied by a startling radiance, violently slammed towards Lin Xian with terrifying power. It seemed that he wanted to destroy Lin Xian's domain. The huge holy light palm covered the sky and collided with the dragon sword spirit domain. The terrifying aura swept up thousands of waves, and the surrounding space shook violently. Kill! Lin Xian coldly snorted. In the dragon sword spirit domain, countless sword chi rolled and formed a huge holy light sword. It directly collided with the holy light palm. Puff! The holy light palm was cut open by the sword. How is this possible? The disciple of the Yaoguang, sacred land, looked pale. At the same time, the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect attacked. In fact, when Lin Xian was fighting with the disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land, the martial artist had already made his move. A pair of translucent wings appeared on his back and flapped gently. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he was behind Lin Xian. He raised his arm, and countless wind blades surrounded him, forming a huge wind sword. He stabbed at Lin Xian's back. Puff! The sword pierced through. Got him! The martial artist of the Xiao Yao sect was ecstatic. However, in the next moment, his pupils shrank. He realized that the figure that was pierced through was gradually fading and then dissipating like the wind. After image. He was shocked. He didn't expect that he had only pierced an afterimage. Oh no! In the next moment, his heart raced and he quickly dodged. However, he was still a little too slow. An incomparably violent black fist landed directly on his body. The violent destructive aura severely injured the martial artist of the Xiao Yao sect. Damn it, a piece of trash! Seeing this, the disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land looked pale. He didn't expect the martial artist of the Xiao Yao sect to be such a piece of trash. In just one move, he was severely injured. Piece of trash. Lin Xian snorted. Don't look down on him because you'll end up like him soon. Kid, you're courting death. The disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land was furious. He had never been looked down on like this before. In the next moment, his body emitted a bright light. Dazzling golden light surrounded him, making him look like a divine Buddha. Then the disciple waved his hand and struck out terrifying golden palms. The palms were huge and carried countless rings of light. The power contained in them was even more terrifying. It could be said that even a 6-star king wouldn't dare to fight against it. Moreover, these palms covered the sky and covered the earth and were all aimed at Lin Xian. Raging dragon rips the sky. Lin Xian shouted and punched out. The terrifying fist print condensed into a black dragon. The dragon's claws waved and tore the entire void apart. Huge cracks appeared and spread into the distance, tearing all the golden palms in the sky into pieces. Damn kid, go to hell! The disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land roared. He didn't expect the other party to be so difficult to deal with. So in the next moment, he flicked his finger and a golden spear appeared in his hand. The golden spear was extraordinary. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding void collapsed. Not only that, the golden light flowed and surrounded it with an unusually sharp feeling. There were even golden flames dancing on it. Earth-grade treasure, golden flame spear. Boom! The spear pierced out and golden light bloomed in the sky. A huge golden spear light descended from the sky. It was extremely sharp and charged at Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian clenched his fist and pulled out the 9 darkness demon sword from the dragon sword realm. Then he waved the sword and slashed forward. The black sword light surrounded it and carried a sharp aura. As he waved, the sword light flashed and shot into the sky. Combined with the power of the dragon sword realm, it slashed forward. Chapter 1702. Suddenly, a terrifying collision sound was heard. The golden spear radiance that filled the sky was forced to retreat. Puff! Not only that, the warrior from the Yaoguang sacred land was hit by the sword radiance and was sent flying, vomiting blood. How could this be? His face was extremely ugly. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. His opponent's combat strength was too strong. It made him feel a sense of despair. Buzz! Lin Xian took a step forward and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. The 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand combined with the power of the dragon sword realm. The terrifying aura was extremely strong. A black sword radiance that was almost 1,000 feet long slashed forward quickly. It covered the sky and the earth and split the void. No! The warrior from the Yaoguang sacred land roared crazily as his body was instantly swallowed by the black sword radiance. Not only him, But the other warriors who were fighting with the Crimson Dragon were also shocked when they saw the sword radiance and kept retreating. Terrifying, it was too terrifying. The aura emitted by the sword radiance alone was enough to make them shudder with fear. One could imagine how terrifying it was to face the sword radiance head-on. For a moment, everyone looked forward in amazement. They wanted to know what happened to the warriors from the Yaoguang sacred land. When the black sword radiance disappeared, everyone gasped and their eyes were filled with horror. The warriors from the Yaoguang sacred land were killed and split in half. That scene was truly unbelievable. Previously, they had only heard rumors of Lin Xian's heaven-defying battle strength. He was able to kill 4 warriors from the Yaoguang sacred land. They even thought that he had used some despicable means to assassinate the 4 disciples. But now that they saw this scene, they knew that most of the rumors were true. His combat strength was incredible, and it was very likely that he had killed the 4 disciples. Thinking of this, their scalps tingled and they even felt like running away. "Boy, you've settled it so quickly." At the side, the dark red divine dragon laughed. Then he looked at the remaining 3 warriors and said, "I wanted to play with you, but now it seems that I have to end it early. You're courting death. How dare a snake speak so arrogantly? Watch me kill you." The 3 of them roared madly. If Lin Xian had stopped them, perhaps they would have been afraid. But now, a mere 4-legged snake actually dared to look down on them. This drove them crazy. Therefore, in the next moment, the 3 of them roared and used their secret techniques to attack the Crimson Dragon. On the other hand, the Crimson Dragon's entire body was glowing with red light. Its meter-long body suddenly expanded. There was a trace of mysterious dragon blood flowing on it. A powerful aura swept out in all directions. The dragon's roar resounded throughout the world. What? The dragon race. Seeing this, the remaining 3 martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They did not expect that the 4-legged snake in front of them was actually a dragon. This made their hearts beat even more wildly. The dragon race was an incomparably mysterious and legendary creature. At this moment, he actually appeared in front of them. Thinking of this, they immediately turned around and ran. "You want to run? Stay here for Ben Huang." The Crimson Dragon sneered and waved its claws. Tyrant Dragon Fist. It struck out 9 times in a row, and 9 incomparably vast, red dragon claws appeared in the void. As it waved its claws, the void collapsed and completely enveloped the 3 martial artists in an instant. The 3 disciples of the large sex were directly slapped into a bloody mist. This scene was too shocking. At this moment, the power of the Crimson Dragon was also revealed. In the past, he had lost his dragon essence, and his cultivation level had decreased greatly, so it could only be reflected in the inscription of formations. Now, as his cultivation base slowly recovered, his battle prowess gradually became more terrifying. With his dragon race body and the many secret techniques in his hands, he was so powerful that it made people tremble in fear. In an instant, all the martial artists who were chasing after Lin Xian were killed. However, one of them was still alive, and that was the middle-aged man from the Mop family. However, he was not feeling well either. At this moment, he was being played around by the little white monkey. The little white monkey's origin was incomparably mysterious. Although it did not cultivate much, its strength had been increasing along with Lin Xian and the others. In particular, its speed was not even slower than Lin Xian's when he used the demigods and semi-devils. In addition to its furry little claws, a slap from it could make even a king realm master dizzy. Therefore, although the middle-aged man from the Mop family was a seeker spiritual master, he could control the spirit meridian. However, at this moment, in the little white monkey's hands, he was so angry that he vomited blood. "It's over." Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the dragon sword realm immediately enveloped the middle-aged man from the Tuoba family. Bang! 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 Sword Qi swept across the sky and directly killed the middle-aged man from the Tuoba family. Next, the three of them began to collect the spoils of war. They took everything that could be used, and those that could not be used. Some of the supreme grade, subdivine crystals, pills, and spiritual herbs were directly consumed. As for the weapons and cultivation methods that could not be used, they were first thrown aside to be auctioned off later. Then Lin Xian and the other two soared into the sky and flew into the distance. However, not long after, Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment, he stopped, looked around, and shouted coldly, "Who is it? Come out." His voice was like a clap of thunder, causing the void to tremble. The Crimson Dragon's expression was also solemn, because he also felt that there seemed to be someone nearby spying on them. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Hee, good lad. You are indeed alert. You actually discovered our presence. A cold laugh was heard. Then the void trembled and two figures appeared. Accompanying them was a terrifying aura and a cold, killing intent. Seeing the other party, Lin Xian frowned. The other party's aura was too powerful, far surpassing that of the disciples of the Wavering Light, Sacred Land. Needless to say, these two should be troublesome seniors. The Crimson Dragon also warned, "Lad, be careful. These two are real six-star kings. They are extremely powerful." In front of them, there were two figures, one fat and one thin. They looked very strange. Their auras were as deep as the sea and extremely terrifying. The fat elder narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Xian. He sneered and asked, "You are the Lin Xian that the Wavering Light, Sacred Land wants to capture?" No wonder the Wavering Light, Sacred Land would pay such a high price to kill you. You were able to kill the disciples of the Wavering Light, Sacred Land so easily. I have to say, your strength is indeed shocking. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were even more shocked. The other party had been observing them since the beginning of the battle. This sent chills down their spines, because they did not notice the other party's presence at all. "I am." Lin Xian snorted and did not hide it anymore. His bones changed and returned to normal. "It is indeed you." Seeing this, the thin elder sneered. "Lad, come back with us obediently." Chapter 1703. We don't have to kill you. We just need to hand you over to the Yaoguang, Sacred Land. However, if you dare to resist, I'll definitely break all the bones in your body. Not only that, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. You'll wish you were dead. The skinny old man grinned. Anyway, the Yaoguang Sacred Land's requirement was that he was still breathing. "You two sure talk big." Lin Xian snorted. "Tell me your names. I don't kill trash. You're courting death. Grandpa, with a Northwest ghost duo. Surrender obediently. That's the best way for you to live." "What the hell? Never heard of it." Lin Xian snorted as a bright light burst out from his eyes. "If you want to capture me, let's see if you have the ability to do so." Along with his words, countless sword lights shot out from his body and lit up the entire sky. Not only that, but the dragon's sword territory around him fluctuated as thousands of sword lights pierced through the sky. "Kid, you dare to fight with the Northwest ghost duo? Looks like you're really an idiot." The fat old man sneered as he took a step forward. The aura on his body erupted again. Then he stretched out his palm. Suddenly, endless cold air emerged as if it was a world of ice and snow, causing people to tremble. Black Ice Palm. With a wave of his palm, the sky was filled with ice flashing and the entire space was instantly frozen. The massive power of frost shot towards Lin Xian at high speed. Behind him, the skinny old man sneered and did not make a move, because he believed that one of them could subdue the other party. The Crimson Dragon did not make a move either. He watched the battlefield nervously and was always on guard against the skinny old man. "Humph!" Lin Xian snorted as he waved his palm. The dragon's sword territory around him trembled as countless sword lights shot out quickly. It was extremely sharp as it slashed forward. Ka ka ka! Suddenly, The ice in the sky was mercilessly slashed apart, creating a vacuum. However, the other party was indeed powerful. Although the cold air was slashed apart, it was still terrifying. It connected with each other and formed a world of ice and snow. It seemed to freeze all the sword chi. Not only that, but the entire space was also filled with blue frost in an instant. Then they turned into huge icicles and stabbed towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the void was pierced through. One could imagine how sharp those ice thorns were. It turned out that, unknowingly, the fat old man had also unleashed his own frost domain. Countless pieces of ice covered the sky, and the entire space turned into a world of ice and snow. Kid, it's over. Trapped by my frost domain, you can't escape at all. A cold smile appeared on the fat old man's face. His frost domain was extremely terrifying. If martial artists of the same level entered, they would not be able to escape, let alone a young brat. But in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. His pupils shrank, and all the hair on his body stood on end. A strange sword light instantly appeared in front of the fat old man. What's going on? The fat old man's expression changed greatly because he hadn't noticed how the sword chi had appeared before. However, the fierce aura it carried made him tremble all over. This was too shocking for him. One had to know that his frost domain did not only have sharp attacks like icicles. The cold air could even slow down a martial artist's speed. If one's cultivation was weak, even the blood in their body would be frozen in this frost domain, not to mention emitting such a terrifying sword light. This was not something that a human could do at all. However, the fat old man was also impressive. Even if such a terrifying sword light appeared in front of him, he still reacted quickly. His figure retreated quickly, and at the same time his palms kept waving. Suddenly, the surrounding cold air formed ice mountains, blocking in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian's sword light. After piercing through 5 ice mountains in a row, the terrifying sword light slashed towards the fat old man once again. Damn it! The fat old man roared, opened his mouth, and spat out a blue ice shield, blocking in front of him. Bang! The fierce sword light collided with it, stirring up thousands of waves. However, the blue ice shield was very hard and finally blocked the sword light. However, the fat old man kept retreating. Damn it, this was impossible. How could he be so strong? The fat old man was horrified. In his king domain, he was the ruler. However, his opponent seemed to be even more terrifying than him. Damn it, I don't believe it. Roar of ice. Suddenly, snowflakes fluttered in the sky, and cold air surged, forming a hurricane that swept towards Lin Xian. This was not an ordinary hurricane, but one that was combined with the power of the frost domain. An ordinary 6-star king would be turned into an ice sculpture by this cold wind. Humph! 6 gods, sword technique. With a cold snort, 2 figures appeared behind Lin Xian. They carried the power of the entire domain and charged towards him quickly. These were 2 sword shadows. Under the effect of the dragon's sword domain, they were extremely sharp. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the cold air that filled the sky was completely cut open. Not only that, Lin Xian held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand and merged with the 2 sword shadows. Then he slashed out a shocking sword chi. This sword chi turned into a huge dragon, roaring and rushing, and instantly collided with the frost domain. Boom! Cracks instantly appeared on the blue frost domain, and it exploded with a loud bang. Puff! As for the fat old man, he was also sent flying, his face extremely pale. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the fat old man looked extremely frightened. Damn it! How is this possible? He's only a 3-star king. How can he have such powerful strength? He was too shocked. One had to know that he was a relatively powerful existence among the 6-star kings. Cultivators of the same level could not even last 10 moves in his hands. However, a 3-star king had now easily shattered his king domain. He could not believe it. However, Lin Xian snorted and attacked again with the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand. He did not care who the other party was. Since he dared to target him, he had to pay the price. The 9 darkness demonic sword moved, and countless sword lights slashed forward like a tide. Pung pung pung. The fat old man raised a blue ice shield and kept blocking the attacks. Every attack made him spit out blood. Fortunately, this blue ice shield was an Earth-grade treasure, so it did not shatter. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the sword chi long ago. Even so, he was still severely injured and would not be able to hold on for much longer. The Northwest Ghost duo is only SOO. Since you dare to kill me, you have to pay the price. Lin Xian's gale boots suddenly burst out with light. Whoosh! In the next moment, his speed instantly increased. Almost at the same time, for crescent-shaped sword chi slashed out around the fat old man. This speed was too fast. No matter how strong the fat old man was, he could not block it at all. Just as the fat old man was about to be killed by these sharp sword chi, a furious roar came from behind. Chapter 1704. It turned out that the skinny old man who had been watching the battle could not help but make a move. Previously, he had been watching the battle with a sneer because he thought that the fat old man alone could easily deal with the other party. However, he did not expect the change in the battle to be beyond his expectations. The other party was too strong. His companion, the fat old man, was almost beaten to the point where he could not fight back. He was even going to be killed. Therefore, he could not care less and decisively made a move. A large hand reached out and instantly rescued the fat old man. The next moment, the two of them stood side by side and stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. "Kid, do you want me to make a move?" The Crimson Dragon asked. "It's okay, I'll play with them. Let me see what's so great about the Northwest Twin Ghosts. How dare you have designs on me?" Hearing this, the faces of the Northwest Ghost duo darkened. How dare the other party be so arrogant and challenge the two of them alone? This made them extremely angry, but then the two of them sneered. Well, since the other party was arrogant, it was just right for them to make a move. Thinking of this, they roared angrily and quickly charged forward. Buzz! Buzz! In an instant, the two kings' domains overlapped and enveloped Lin Xian. One was the fat old man's ice domain. The other was the old man's black sea domain. The two of them together were extremely terrifying. "Kid, you're too arrogant. You don't know how powerful the Northwest Ghost duo is." The fat old man's face was ferocious. "In a one-on-one fight, we might not be very strong, but together we can erupt with several times the power. Today is the day you die." Lin Xian snorted. "How dare a loser like you talk so big? Come and die." As he spoke, he waved the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand, creating countless sword shadows that lined up in a row and slashed forward. At the same time, the fat old man was furious. He activated his ice domain and charged forward again. Although his ice domain had been severely damaged, at this moment, when he and the skinny old man joined forces, their power was even stronger than before. In the sky, 7 icy light pillars quickly appeared, emitting a cold aura like the spears of gods and demons. In the next moment, they collided with Lin Xian's sword chi. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. However, this time around, what was strange was that the frost thorns were not broken. Instead, they instantly turned into seawater. It was incomparably soft, and it quickly enveloped the sword chi, continuously consuming the energy of the sword chi. Soon, the sword chi dimmed, and its strength was greatly reduced. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned slightly. The alliance of the Northwest Ghost duo was indeed very strange. At that moment, the thin, old man sneered. "Brat, stop struggling. With the two of us working together, we can switch between ice and water. You can't do anything about it. The transition between ice and water, the combination of hardness and softness, this was indeed an ultimate move that was very difficult to break. The reason why the two of them were confident that they could capture Lin Xian was because their domains could complement each other. Sure enough, countless amounts of seawater gushed out from the thin old man's domain and instantly surrounded Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless, sword qi gushed out from his body, instantly cutting the seawater apart. The sliced seawater surged, and countless water droplets rapidly rolled in the air. Then, they instantly turned into countless frost thorns. Like hidden weapons, they instantly filled the sky. The void was instantly pierced, and countless tiny cracks appeared. This kind of attack could be said to be very strange. Even if a 6-star king was paying attention, he would be hit instantly. Fortunately, Lin Xian was very strong and had many ultimate moves. His figure swayed, and a huge azure dragon divine shield instantly formed around him. The frost thorns that filled the sky collided with the azure dragon divine shield, causing a series of explosions that sounded like thunder. Let's see how long you can hide. The Northwest Ghost duo worked together and repeatedly launched terrifying attacks, causing Lin Xian to be in a dilemma. Humph! Let's see how long your shield can last. A 3-star king's strength definitely doesn't have as much spiritual energy as ours. When you run out of spiritual energy, it will be your death. The two of them sneered. Indeed, the difference between a 6-star king and a 3-star king was not only the difference in strength and domain, but also the difference in the amount of spiritual energy, recovery ability, and utilization. Using ultimate moves so frequently like this would deplete a 3-star king's spiritual energy very quickly. When that time came, he would not be able to replenish his energy and would not be able to use his ultimate move. A 6-star king was different. Their spiritual energy was more than 10 times that of a 3-star king. This kind of difference could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, in the Northwest Ghost duo's opinion, Lin Xian's spiritual energy would be depleted very soon. At that time, he would not be able to use his ultimate move to block their attacks. However, after 100 moves, the two of them frowned. This was because, according to their estimation, their opponent's spiritual energy should have been depleted long ago. However, their opponent's attacks did not weaken at all. Instead, they were getting stronger and stronger. The two of them were at a disadvantage. Damn it, what's going on? How can that kid have so much spiritual energy? Could it be that he took some pills? The two of them were very confused because they realized that Lin Xian did not take any pills at all, but his spiritual energy did not decrease at all. This made the two of them extremely shocked. At this moment, Lin Xian roared, "Don't bother. I'll send you on your way now." He flipped his palm and took out the 10,000 bee sting. Then he quickly activated it. Immediately, black flames flew out of the 10,000 bee sting and swept out in all directions. The ice and seawater that filled the sky melted and evaporated in an instant. They could not get close to Lin Xian at all. Not only that, but their king domains were also affected. Oh no! Retreat! Seeing that their opponent could still take out such terrifying black flames, the two of them were shocked. They realized that the two of them were actually restrained. This made them unable to believe it. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. That kid is too difficult to deal with. Let's retreat first. The Northwest Ghost duo's expressions were ugly. They realized that with their current strength, they could not take down their opponent at all. Therefore, the two of them quickly retreated. You want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand. Immediately, blue cold air surged forward. Ka! See God's ice! The void froze in an instant, and ice dragons appeared from all directions, blocking their path. What, an ice-type martial artist? That's impossible. The two of them felt their scalps go numb as if they had seen a ghost. How could their opponent be an ice-type martial artist? They would never believe it, even if they were beaten to death. One had to know that their opponent's sword chi was sharp and fierce. He should be a swordsman. However, not long after, he took out the black flames. Now he took out the terrifying ice. A martial artist could cultivate many skills, but it was impossible for them to be so terrifying in every aspect. However, their opponent seemed to have broken this rule and actually did it. This made them unable to believe it. Chapter 1705. The fat old man, in particular, had a look of horror on his face. He realized that Lin Xian's ice was even more terrifying than his own ice aura. In an instant, he felt as if his body was frozen. Damn it! Is this the legendary sea god's ice? The chubby old man's expression was horrified and ugly. In the next moment, he screamed even louder. He realized that Lin Xian had appeared behind him in an instant. Raging dragon rips the sky. He punched out, and a pair of pitch-black dragon claws danced quickly. They instantly hit the chubby old man's body and tore him in half. No. Seeing this, the skinny old man roared crazily. He did not expect his companion to be killed in an instant. He could not accept this. Die, brat! The skinny old man stopped running and turned around to attack with his palms. Boom! The void trembled and endless seawater gushed out. In an instant, the area within 100 miles turned into a huge lake. There was endless seawater in the sky and on the ground. The skinny old man's aura rose again. Boundless ocean. He struck out with his palms, and two huge waves that were thousands of feet tall turned into two palms that pounced on Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian waved his palms, and the sea god's ice shone again. The endless power of ice froze the two palms. Not only that, but the lake within 100 miles was also frozen into ice. In fact, even the body of that skinny old man was frozen in midair by the ice. Boom! At the same time, Lin Xian struck out with a sharp sword light and directly cut his opponent in half. Since then, the Northwest Ghost duo had ended their lives in Lin Xian's hands. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he arrived below. This battle was more dangerous than when he killed the disciples of the sacred lands. The Northwest Ghost duo were indeed seniors. They were 6-star kings, and they were indeed terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Xian had many ultimate moves, and with the longevity art, his spiritual energy was stronger than an ordinary 6-star king. Only then could he win. Otherwise, no matter how many ultimate moves he had, he wouldn't be able to use them if he didn't have enough spiritual energy. Next, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the others began to clean up the battlefield. However, they did not know that there were a few figures below the forest where they were fighting. Among them was a mysterious middle-aged man and a few white-haired old men. One of them was Tuoba Yulong of the Tuoba family. The others were also elders, but their auras didn't seem to be any weaker than Tuoba Yulong's. Needless to say, these people were all extremely powerful seeker spirit masters. As for the middle-aged man, he was wearing a blue lightning robe. His entire body carried an incomparably violent aura. Myriad Thunder Sect. This middle-aged man was an expert from the 10,000 Thunder Sect. At this moment, Tuoba Yulong and the other two old men were still searching the underground. Their eyes shone with a strange light, as if they were searching for something. His hands continued to form seals, forming numerous dragon-shaped chi. Then, the three of them quickly searched and discussed with each other. At this time, the middle-aged man in the blue lightning robe asked in a deep voice, "How is it, the three of you?" "Mr. Wan, your guess is correct. This should be an ancient ruin. An ancient ruin." Hearing this, the middle-aged man in the lightning robe smiled faintly. "After searching for so long, we finally found it. This should be the remains of an ancient sect. If we can obtain the treasures inside, perhaps our Myriad Thunder Sect can take another step forward and become a peerless sacred land." The middle-aged man's eyes shone with astonishing light. Then he said to the other three, "This information must be sealed properly. When we return to the Myriad Thunder Sect, we'll discuss the grand plan." Of course, Tuoba Yulong and the other two old men nodded. However, at this time, the ground shook as if an earthquake had occurred. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the people on the ground frowned. The middle-aged man in particular had a sharp look in his eyes. He'd just said not to leak the information, and this had happened. Was someone nearby spying on them? Someone must be fighting. Tuoba Yulong's eyes shone brightly. Before he could finish, an extremely cold air seeped into the ground from below. A layer of blue ice crystals even appeared around the middle-aged man and Tuoba Yulong. What a terrifying cold air! Everyone was shocked. Someone was indeed fighting, and it was near them. Let this old man see who it is. Tuoba Yulong held his walking stick and looked up. The next moment, his eyes shone with purple light, like two divine rainbows, and quickly streaked through the void. What? It's him? Soon, Tuoba Yulong's body trembled, and his face darkened. Who is it? Seeing Tuoba Yulong's expression, the others were puzzled. Who could make Tuoba Yulong so angry? It's that Lin Xian, that damned brat. What? Lin Xian? You mean that Lin Xian that the wavering light, sacred land, is chasing? The other two old men were also shocked. Even the middle-aged man started to frown. At this moment, Tuoba Yulong said in a deep voice, "Mr. Wan, this Lin Xian not only has a grudge with our Tuoba family, but also with your Myriad Thunder Sect. Last time in the Sacred Hall, it was this brat who not only killed the Myriad Thunder Sect's disciples, but also stole a treasure of the Myriad Thunder Saint, the Myriad Thunder Hammer. Should we make a move now and take him down? Firstly, we can avenge ourselves. Secondly, we might be able to find out the whereabouts of the Heaven's legacy race." Hearing this, the other two old men were also excited. The Heaven's legacy race was related to the existence of the Heaven's legacy divine eye. Seeker spirit masters like them all cultivated eye techniques, but none of their eye techniques could compare to the Heaven's legacy divine eye. If they could obtain the Heaven's legacy divine eye, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. However, the middle-aged man said with his hands behind his back, "Ignore that brat for now. Open the entrance to the ancient ruins. As for the grudge between the Myriad Thunder Sect and that brat, I will naturally resolve it. Our current plan is to obtain the ancient ruins. After all, even if that brat really did have the whereabouts of the Heaven's legacy race, he would only be able to create one expert. If they obtained the ancient ruins, the entire Myriad Thunder Sect would be able to ascend. I believe I don't need to remind the three of you which is more important, right? Yes, we will definitely help the Myriad Thunder Sect obtain the ancient ruins." Tuoba Yulong and the other two said quickly. The middle-aged man said with a smile, "Don't worry, we will definitely not treat the three of you unfairly once we obtain the ancient ruins." On the ground, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had already cleaned up the carriage. The two of them were about to leave. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, as if he had sensed something. Chapter 1706. On the ground, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had already cleaned up the carriage. Next, the two of them were about to leave. However, at that moment, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, as if he had a strange feeling. It was a very strange feeling. So Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eye and looked around. His eyes emitted a faint golden light. Soon he discovered that there were several auras underground in the vicinity. Those auras were very powerful, like true dragons in hibernation. One of them was even stronger than the Northwest Ghost Duo. There are still people here. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He did not expect that so many experts were hidden in an ordinary forest. However, from the looks of it, they did not seem to be coming for him. Is there something underground? Lin Xian was curious and wanted to investigate more carefully. Underground, Tuoba Yulong and the other two worked together again, preparing to explore the ancient ruins below. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Tuoba Yulong and the other two also stopped what they were doing and frowned, because someone was spying on them. They had set up a large formation to conceal their presence, so ordinary people would not discover their existence at all. However, someone was actually spying on them. It was truly shocking. It's that damned Lin Xian. He actually discovered this place. Tuoba Yulong's expression was ugly. That kid had also cultivated a mysterious eye technique. He did not expect that he would be able to see this place. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Since he's discovered us, we can't let him live. The three of you, please continue to explore here. I'll go take care of that kid. With that, his figure flickered, and he disappeared underground. Outside, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eye and naturally passed through the concealment formation. He discovered that there seemed to be an incredible treasure below. However, before he could take a closer look, the void suddenly split open, and then an enormous and cold killing intent instantly surged out. Sensing this aura, Lin Xian immediately stopped activating his heavenly secret divine eye, and the golden light in his eyes disappeared in an instant. He could not let others know that he had the heavenly secret divine eye, or the entire world would probably go crazy to hunt him down. The void in front of him split open, and a figure walked out from it. It was a middle-aged man with a chiseled face and black hair that danced wildly in the wind. He was wearing a blue lightning robe that fit his body perfectly. At this moment, there were thunderous sounds in the air. They were from the 10,000 Thunder sect. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect to meet another enemy here. However, what made him even more curious was, what were the people of the 10,000 Thunder sect doing underground? Could it be that he had really found some treasure? You're that Lin Xian. Opposite him, the middle-aged man spoke coldly. His gaze was like a sharp blade. Lin Xian didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "You're also here to capture me." "Capture you?" The middle-aged man sneered. "There's no need for that. Even if there is a secret of the Tianji clan, it should be in the hands of Mo Tianqi. You're just a little disciple of Danzong. You can't possibly know any secrets. It's just luck that you were able to escape from the wavering light, Sacred Land's pursuit. Then why are you still here?" Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect that the other party wasn't here to capture him. "Because you saw something you shouldn't have seen. We have to get you out." The middle-aged man was very direct. He didn't hide his killing intent at all. "Something I shouldn't have seen?" Lin Xian smiled. "It seems that there is indeed a treasure below, a treasure that your 10,000 Thunder sect cares so much about. Must be a shocking treasure. Maybe it's an ancient relic. You're very smart, but smart people don't live long." Hearing this, the killing intent in the middle-aged man's eyes became sharper. Since the other party had already guessed it, he couldn't let him live. Lin Xian's figure flashed. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and flew into the distance. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey, asking them to sneak into the underground to find out what the treasure was. The Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey received the voice transmission. They sneaked into the void and disappeared. When the middle-aged man saw Lin Xian fleeing into the distance, a cold smile appeared on his face. He didn't want to make a move here because he was afraid that he would destroy the ancient relic below. Since Lin Xian wanted to escape, it was the best choice for him. Therefore, he flashed and followed Lin Xian unhurriedly. After flying for a while, Lin Xian came to a stop. The middle-aged man behind him also stopped and looked at Lin Xian coldly. "At this distance, I shouldn't be able to destroy the treasures underground, right?" Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. "You're really concerned about a lot of things. I think you should worry about your own life first. The middle-aged man sneered. Lin Xian was still thinking about the treasure below. It seemed like he didn't know how to spell the word death. Then, a terrifying aura erupted from the middle-aged man's body. Like a wave, it swept out in all directions. His eyes were like rainbows as he stared at Lin Xian. In the surrounding void, countless lightning bolts spread and turned into a boundless sea of lightning. It was terrifying and roaring. Crackle! Huge divine lightning bolts fell from the sky and struck Lin Xian as if they were going to kill him. Lin Xian snorted and punched out. The black shadow of the fist was like an angry dragon. It rushed into the sky and tore the thunderclouds apart. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. The destructive aura on his body exploded in an instant. Even the surrounding sea of lightning dimmed a little. You're quite capable. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and sneered. Then he quickly formed a seal with his palms. Thunderbird. Suddenly, the thunderclouds in the sky rolled and turned into countless strange blue birds. They were surrounded by lightning and were as sharp as knives as they rushed down quickly. The entire sky was overturned in an instant as the powerful lightning aura pierced through the void. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded. Lin Xian waved his fist and used the apocalyptic black dragon fist. His fist technique was monstrous. Every strike exploded a group of thunderbirds. Terrifying waves of air rolled in the sky, and the area within 1,000 miles collapsed quickly. Thunderclap, ninth heaven. The middle-aged man frowned. He didn't expect his opponent's fist technique to be so violent that it could destroy his army of thunderbirds in an instant. However, in the next moment, he raised his hands and struck out with both palms. Suddenly, the lightning in the sky surged and turned into a wave that rushed forward. There were a total of 9 layers in total. The thunderclap ninth heaven was an extremely terrifying martial art of the myriad thunder sect. At this moment, it was used by the middle-aged man and was extremely violent. Waving both palms, 9 huge waves of lightning were formed. Each of them was extremely terrifying. Moreover, this wasn't even the most terrifying thing. Chapter 1707. What was even more terrifying was that this move had a total of 9 strikes, and each strike was stronger than the previous one. It was as if these lightning seas could be superimposed. When it reached the 9th strike, the power was absolutely terrifying. It was unimaginable and no one could resist it. This middle-aged man used such a terrifying killing move on Lin Xian from the beginning. It was very obvious that the killing intent in his heart had already been extinguished. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. The other party's strength was really too powerful, even far surpassing the Northwest twin ghosts from before. Facing the incomparably violent thunderclap ninth heaven, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. In the next moment, he roared, and the aura in his body suddenly erupted. A black aura of destruction enveloped. Annihilation black dragon fist. Waving both fists, terrifying fist shadows were densely packed, similarly forming a black sea wave, carrying a destructive aura as it charged forward. Although the other party's thunderclap ninth heaven was terrifying, his annihilation black dragon fist was also incomparably terrifying. At this moment, combined with the power of the great dragon sword soul, it was even more astonishing. In the next moment, the boundless black sea wave collided with the lightning sea that filled the sky, causing an intense collision. The void quickly collapsed, and one black hole after another appeared. Very soon, the first layer of lightning sea wave was quickly shattered under the power of the black fist shadows. Following that, the second layer of lightning sea wave quickly rushed over, and the black fist shadows that filled the sky also dimmed quite a bit. However, it still carried a shocking destructive power. In the end, the black fist shadows that filled the sky collided with the second type of lightning power and finally disappeared in the air at the same time. However, The third bolt of lightning was still heading straight for Lin Xian. Thunderclap, ninth heaven. Each layer was stronger than the previous. The third layer was incomparably terrifying, and its power was even more terrifying than the first two layers combined. Lin Xian, on the other hand, quickly swung his fist and delivered a killing blow. Thunderclap Dragon. The dragon's shadow roared and lightning surrounded it. A huge black dragon shadow quickly rushed out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, charging forward. Very soon, the third, fourth, and fifth layers of lightning were shattered under this Thunderclap Dragon. The Thunderclap Dragon also roared and directly exploded with a loud bang. I'll see how many layers you can block. Seeing that the first 5 layers of lightning had been destroyed, the middle-aged man's expression turned cold. However, he wasn't too worried because he was very confident in his Thunderclap, ninth heaven. Furthermore, the power of lightning after the 5th level was even more terrifying. Every single one of his attacks was capable of killing a 6-star king. Therefore, in his opinion, the other party would definitely not be able to block it. Lin Xian also snorted coldly, his expression extremely solemn. Indeed, the other party's Thunderclap ninth heaven was extremely terrifying. Up until now, he had only broken through the first 5 stages. At this moment, Huang Xiaolong pushed his great dragon sword soul and destructive aura to their limits as he punched out with both fists. Furious Dragon rips the heavens. A pair of black dragon claws appeared in the sky like 2 black mountains. With a forceful tear, a black crack appeared in the entire space. The black crack extended rapidly towards the 6th layer of the Thunder Sea. Crack, crack, boom! The void once again fell into chaos, and the 6th lightning sea was instantly torn in half. Immediately after, the 7th layer also quickly turned into ashes. However, at this moment, the 2 black dragon claws also became dim. They were pierced by countless lightning bolts and were covered in wounds. Rumble! The 8th lightning sea was extremely terrifying. With just one attack, it directly shattered the 2 black dragon claws. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression had already turned cold. This was because he didn't expect the other party to actually have such strength to be able to destroy his 7th lightning sea. One had to know that ordinary 6-star kings couldn't do this. On the opposite side, Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He didn't expect that his 2 ultimate attacks still couldn't break the other party's Thunderclap, ninth heaven. One had to admit that it was indeed shocking. However, at the next moment, Lin Xian waved his fist again and struck out the 3rd killing move of the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. Layers of dragon shadows. A deep dragon roar sounded from Lin Xian's body. Immediately after, countless black rays of light soared and turned into black dragons in the sky, roaring nonstop. This scene was too shocking. For a moment, the sky was completely filled with countless dragon shadows, and a terrifying aura suppressed the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, these dragon shadows that filled the sky collided with the last 2 lightning bolts, resulting in a shocking explosion. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly enveloped, and countless mountains were directly turned into powder. Large swathes of the earth collapsed, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. This collision was too terrifying, as if it was destroying the world. Damn it! How is this possible? It's actually all shattered. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's expression was abnormally gloomy. He didn't expect that his ultimate move, the Thunderclap ninth heaven, would actually be destroyed by the other party. He couldn't believe it. At the next moment, his expression was cold as he let out a long roar. Under his feet, mysterious lightning runes appeared and quickly spread in all directions. He raised his hands high and clenched his fists. Immediately, the clouds in the sky rolled, and 6 huge lightning bolts descended like heavenly pillars. In an instant, the space was sealed, and Lin Xian was also enveloped within. Flying Thunder God formation. The middle-aged man's expression was cold as he roared. Immediately, the 6 huge lightning pillars bloomed, and the lightning surged, turning into shocking energy that surged toward Lin Xian. For a moment, the countless black dragon figures around Lin Xian were penetrated by these lightning bolts. Not only that, these lightning bolts didn't stop, and were still flying quickly toward Lin Xian. In an instant, they enveloped him. At the next moment, countless energy exploded, completely drowning that place. It's over. Seeing that he had really hit the other party this time, the middle-aged man from the 10,000 Thunder sect in the distance revealed a sinister smile. However, at the next moment, his smile froze, and even his expression became very unsightly. Because in front of him, in the boundless sea of lightning, a green light lit up and directly pierced through the sea of clouds. After that, countless green sword lights soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. At the next moment, the surrounding lightning was ruthlessly cut open. Boom! Lin Xian's figure appeared again, and around him, a green domain shone. He's not dead. In the distance, the middle-aged man's expression was cold. He didn't expect the other party to have such strength. Good boy, it seems that I've really underestimated you. But do you think you're safe like this? The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and light lit up under his feet. Then he cooperated with the 6 lightning pillars in front of him. Immediately, a terrifying lightning domain was formed, completely enveloping Lin Xian and the dragon sword domain. Boy, in my lightning domain, you have no way to survive. Is that so? You can try. Lin Xian snorted coldly, unmoved. The middle-aged man sneered. You don't have to provoke me. Although you're very strong, you're still not my match. If you were given a few more decades, you might really be able to surpass me. But now, you have no chance of winning at all. Chapter 1708. The middle-aged man was very confident. With a wave of his hand, the 6 heavenly lightning pillars in the Thunder Sea domain began to spin rapidly. On top of it, mysterious lightning runes appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. The horrifying power of thunder and lightning transformed into numerous thunder blades that slashed at Lin Xian at high speed. These lightning blades were abnormally sharp and could easily cut through the void. This was a great divine ability that could communicate with the power of lightning from the 9 heavens and use it for oneself. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the dragon sword spiritual domain. Immediately, countless sharp sword chi soared into the sky and swept in all directions. It collided with the lightning blades that filled the sky. Boom! Boom! Although those lightning blades were terrifying, they were unable to resist Lin Xian's sword chi. In an instant, a large number of lightning blades were cut in half. However, this was a great divine ability after all. Therefore, even though many lightning blades were cut in half, more lightning blades emerged from the 6 heavenly lightning pillars and charged towards Lin Xian. It was endless, as if there was no limit. It's useless. No matter how sharp your sword chi is. So what? My thunder blade is limitless. It will only disappear when I kill you. The middle-aged man sneered as a cold light bloomed in his eyes. The lightning that filled the sky turned into a sharp rainbow and quickly slashed forward. Lin Xian, on the other hand, activated the dragon's sword domain to resist. Do you really think you can kill me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Kid, stop struggling. It's useless. I didn't want to kill you at first, but you saw a secret that you didn't dare to see. Naturally, I can only silence you. The middle-aged man sneered. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. The sword chi on his body was resplendent and suddenly exploded. A sharp aura swept out in all directions. All the surrounding lightning blades were blown away. You're too arrogant. Today, I'll let you experience my true strength. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The surrounding dragon sword realm's aura continued to rise as if there was no limit. It emitted a terrifying aura. In the next moment, his figure swayed, and his entire person was like a sword light, instantly dashing into the distance. Wherever he passed, countless lightning blades were completely shattered. Nothing could stop Lin Xian's advance. In an instant, he arrived in front of the middle-aged man. What? Seeing this, the middle-aged man turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that the other party could actually increase his combat strength. This was simply too inconceivable. The other party was just a puny 3-star king. Even if he was a genius, he would still be able to fight someone with a higher cultivation level. But after fighting for so long, he probably didn't have much strength left, right? However, the other party was actually able to increase his aura and even kill his way to the front. It had to be said that it was indeed shocking. Damn it, what kind of secret does this brat have? He did not believe that an ordinary 3-star king could be so terrifying. But now, there was no time for him to think about it, because a sharp sword chi was slashing towards him at high speed. The sea of lightning around him was also instantly cut open, creating a vacuum. Humph! With a cold snort, the middle-aged man waved his sleeve and a thunder drum quickly appeared before him. The drum grew bigger and turned into a wall of lightning. Boom! 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 The sharp sword chi collided with the thunder drum, emitting a shocking collision sound. Terrifying sound waves and sword chi rushed out in all directions, piercing through the void. This thunder drum was an earth-rank treasure and was incomparably powerful. Therefore, the sword chi naturally did not cut it open. However, that powerful force still made the middle-aged man continuously retreat, and a trace of blood even appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Lin Xian's sharp sword aura had injured him. Lin Xian was greatly surprised when he saw that this sword chi actually did not cut open the thunder drum. However, he also knew how terrifying an earth-rank treasure was. It would probably be very difficult for him to shatter it. However, if the other party wanted to rely on an earth-rank treasure to block his attack, that was a fool's dream. I'll let you know the consequences of chasing after me. Lin Xian shouted coldly, pulled out the 9-held demon sword and attacked again. With a slash of the sword, the black sword light was extremely sharp. Fusing the power of the 9-held demon sword and the dragon sword domain, it was terrifying to the extreme. The void was sliced open in an instant. The surrounding lightning sea was even annihilated by these sword chi. This was like a sword of death. Everywhere it passed, nothing could block it. In front of my myriad thunder drum, you can't stir up any waves at all. Ahead, the middle-aged man's expression was ice cold. He revolved his power, controlling the myriad thunder drum in front of him. This myriad thunder drum was also a treasure. On top of it were lines of lightning patterns, incomparably mysterious. At this moment, it was akin to a lightning mountain blocking in front of the middle-aged man, carrying out defense. Bang! Bang! Boom! The sword chi slashed down, colliding with the myriad thunder drum, emitting a shocking collision once again. But this time, the myriad thunder drum produced a change. That drum's surface trembled nonstop, forming a rebounding force, even bouncing back quite a bit of sword chi. Brat, have a taste of your own sword chi. The middle-aged man laughed coldly and continued to control the myriad thunder drum, emitting a powerful aura. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. He did not expect that this myriad thunder drum actually had the power to rebound. In the face of the oncoming sword chi, his body swayed, and he executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. His entire body turned into a stream of light, instantly dodging the sword chi that filled the sky. Seeing that Lin Xian was not injured, the middle-aged man was extremely shocked. That was because Lin Xian's speed was too fast, so fast that it made him extremely shocked. Damn it, who is this brat? How can he be so strong? He was simply too shocked. Lin Xian's combat strength had exceeded his expectations. Such a person definitely could not be just a small Danzong disciple. No, he could not let Lin Xian live any longer. Otherwise, in a few decades, he would be an extremely terrifying existence. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had decided that he had to eliminate Lin Xian today. He could not allow a tiger to grow in the future. Brat, I have to say that you are indeed a genius. But it is precisely because of this that I have to kill you. The middle-aged man's expression was ice-cold. Then he clasped his hands together. Immediately, the 6 light pillars in the distance rapidly converged towards Lin Xian. The 6 lightning pillars continuously compressed the space, causing Lin Xian's range of movement to become smaller and smaller. This was the middle-aged man's estimation. He knew that Lin Xian's speed was too fast. Even if he used his ultimate move, he might not be able to hit him. That was why he compressed the space, making it impossible for Lin Xian to escape. The 6 lightning pillars, together with his thunder and lightning territory, formed an extremely terrifying space of pressure. Lin Xian could only break it with a powerful force. Otherwise, there was no way he could escape. However, with such a terrifying force, even the middle-aged man himself might not be able to break it, let alone Lin Xian. Therefore, in his opinion, Lin Xian was doomed this time. Lin Xian's nerves were also tense. He did not expect the middle-aged man to be able to suppress his speed. He had to admit that the middle-aged man was indeed a powerful opponent. However, it was impossible for him to trap Lin Xian. Chapter 1709. However, it was indeed impossible to trap him. Moreover, he did not intend to waste any more of his energy with the other party because he was worried that a stronger martial artist would appear at any time. After all, the treasure below seemed to be no small matter. Therefore, in the next moment, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in the dragon's sword territory. The dragon-headed sword body was extremely simple and unadorned. It emitted a sharp aura that could destroy everything. As soon as the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, the middle-aged man opposite him felt his hair stand on end. He felt a great sense of danger, as if it could threaten his life. Damn it, what is that? The middle-aged man looked into the distance in horror. He did not expect the other party to have the ability to kill him. In the next moment, Lin Xian grasped the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Suddenly, a surging sharp aura erupted from his body and swept all around. A huge sword shadow circled around his body, like a real dragon circling around him. The sword shadow grew larger and more solid. It was like a heavenly divine sword that emitted a terrifying aura. The sea of lightning around him was instantly wiped out. Even the 6 heaven-reaching lightning pillars that were flying over from afar had dimmed. It was as if nothing could resist the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Not good. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man's scalp went numb. He roared and put his palms together again. He frantically activated the 6 heavenly lightning pillars, wanting to quickly kill Lin Xian. At the same time, he retreated rapidly and fled into the distance. This was because he had no confidence that he could resist Lin Xian's sword. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and activated the dragon's sword territory to the extreme. Then he held the dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand and slashed out. Boom! The huge sword Qi slashed down, bringing about a terrifying storm. The 6 heavenly lightning pillars were instantly cut in half. Not only that, the void in front of him was torn apart by the terrifying sword light and instantly enveloped the middle-aged man. No, the middle-aged man roared crazily. Countless lightning bolts circled behind him, forming a pair of lightning wings that flapped rapidly. He turned into a stream of starlight and fled into the distance. However, Lin Xian's sword Qi was simply too fast. It was as if the sword Qi alone had sealed off all directions. In the next moment, the true dragon's sword Qi arrived above the middle-aged man and was about to land. Damn it! The middle-aged man's face turned pale and his scalp went numb. He realized that he couldn't fight back at all. However, he didn't want to die here, so in this critical moment he could only sacrifice his Earth-step treasure, the myriad thunder drum. Explode! The middle-aged man gritted his teeth as a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he detonated his 10,000th thunder drum, instantly forming a shocking explosion. The energy of an Earth-step treasure's explosion was far too terrifying. In an instant, a terrifying storm was formed to resist the true dragon sword chi. Soon, the true dragon sword chi slashed down, forming a terrifying energy ball that completely engulfed the area in front of it. Lin Xian activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and looked over. He realized that, in the end, the other party still managed to escape. However, even though the other party had managed to escape, he had sustained severe injuries. Most likely, his fighting prowess had dropped significantly, and he would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Consider yourself lucky to run fast. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Using the dragon-shaped sword chi just now had consumed a lot of his energy, so he didn't have much energy left. If the other party hadn't detonated his Earth-step treasure, the energy formed would have been terrifying. The other party definitely wouldn't have been able to escape from this sword. He sighed and sat down to rest. At the same time, he used a secret sound transmission to call the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey back. Not long after, a red light flashed. The Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey had returned. How was it? Did you kill that person? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head. He escaped. He detonated his Earth-step treasure in the end and escaped with his life. Detonated his Earth-step treasure. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. It seemed that this guy was really a decisive person. Let's not talk about him. How are things on your side? Lin Xian asked again. You guessed right. It's indeed an ancient ruin. It seems that the Myriad Thunder sect has joined forces with the Tuoba family to occupy the ancient ruin. Two forces want to occupy the entire ancient ruin? What a big appetite. Lin Xian coldly snorted. We absolutely can't let them succeed. Of course. Why don't we attack them now and catch them off guard? No need. The ancient ruin must have a lot of restrictions. Let them have a headache trying to break it. It's better for us to sit back and reap the benefits. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, also, spread this news. The more people know, the better. Kid, you want to fish in troubled waters? I like it. The Crimson Dragon laughed. Although the two of them were powerful, they couldn't contend against two major forces. However, if this matter was known by everyone, it would definitely attract countless martial artists. As long as they mixed in with the crowd, they could secretly obtain it. Lin Xian rested for a while and then set out with the Crimson Dragon to spread the news. On the other side, Tuoba Yulong and the other two were still thinking of ways to explore the ancient ruin. They didn't realize that Crimson Shinong and the little white monkey were spying on them. Whoosh! Suddenly, the void rippled and a figure appeared. As soon as he appeared, his body trembled and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. Mr. Wan! Tuoba Yulong and the other two turned back and found that the wretched figure was actually a middle-aged man from the Myriad Thunder sect. Their expressions changed drastically. Mr. Wan, how did you become like this? Did a mighty figure attack? Tuoba Yulong was nervous. In their opinion, only a mighty figure could injure the middle-aged man so severely. The middle-aged man didn't answer. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and quickly took out a few sacred healing pills to heal his injuries. After a long time, he opened his eyes and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Although his life was no longer in danger, his face was still abnormally pale. Damn, kid, I'll definitely have my revenge. Tuoba Yulong and the other two's eyelids twitched. What? It wasn't a mighty figure, but that little bastard Lin Xian? The three of them were too shocked. That kid is too strange. His combat strength is very strong. But no matter how strong he is, he can forget about snatching the treasures from us. Don't worry, I've already informed the sect. Someone will be here soon. Sure enough, a few days later, a few more powerful figures arrived. Among them were middle-aged men and a few seniors. Their auras were abnormally powerful. Elder. The middle-aged man and Tuoba Yulong hurriedly bowed. However, not long after, another group of people arrived. Among them, apart from the mighty figures, there was also an extremely old man, a living fossil. The middle-aged man and Tuoba Yulong were shocked. They didn't expect a living fossil elder to come. Chapter 1710. The middle-aged man, Tuoba Yulong, and the others were shocked. They did not expect a living fossil elder to come. The middle-aged man quickly bowed. Ancestor, why did you come personally? I had no choice, the living fossil elder said indifferently. Not long ago, many major forces were spreading a piece of news. They said that an ancient ruin was found here, and it contained a huge amount of treasure. Right now, many powers are sending people to investigate. If I didn't come, the treasures would have fallen into the hands of others. What? Tuoba Yulong and the middle-aged man's expressions turned ugly. Damn it, the news was leaked. Impossible. The news was very secretive, and we set up a peerless formation. No one can see it clearly. No, there's someone who knows. The middle-aged man's expression turned ugly. That damned brat, he leaked the news. I'm going to catch him. I'm going to cut him into 8 pieces and skin him alive. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. He naturally knew that there was someone else who knew about the news. That person was Lin Xian. It was likely that Lin Xian was the one who leaked the news of this place. The elders of the Myriad Thunder sect also turned gloomy after hearing that. You mean the brat that the Wavering Light Sacred Land is trying to kill? They did not expect a mere Danzong disciple, a 3-star king, to ruin their plan. Don't let me see him, or I'll make him suffer. Don't worry, we don't have to do anything. Someone will take care of him. You mean the Wavering Light Sacred Land. The middle-aged man also revealed a sinister smile. Indeed, as long as the news about the brat was leaked, the experts in the world would try their best to kill him for the reward from the Wavering Light Sacred Land. Haha, as long as he shows up this time, he'll be dead for sure. However, Tuoba Yulong and the others were worried. But so many sects know about it. I'm afraid it'll be bad for us. So what if so many sects know? Our Myriad Thunder sect is not to be trifled with. Moreover, we were the first to discover this place. No matter what, we have an innate advantage. The group discussed for a while, then sped up and quickly broke through the entrance of the ancient relic. As long as they could enter in advance, it didn't matter if others found out. In the outside world, thanks to Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, everyone knew about the ancient ruins. This news even overshadowed the Wavering Light Sacred Land's bounty order. After all, the bounty order and the news of the Heaven's legacy race were very difficult to complete. It would be very difficult to find them in a short period of time. However, the ancient ruins were different. They were right there. Furthermore, it wouldn't be long before it appeared in front of everyone. For a time, everyone temporarily gave up on the Wavering Light Sacred Land's bounty order and the search for the Heaven's legacy race. They were all prepared to explore the ancient ruins. The entire eastern wasteland began to move. Not long after, one figure after another appeared in the sky above the primeval forest. These were all kings who had rushed over after hearing the commotion. They were pacing back and forth in the surroundings. Boom! A massive aura gushed out. It was as though an ancient mountain was pressing down on the void. Many martial artists in the surroundings were directly pressed to the ground, unable to move. Almighty! Everyone raised their heads to look at the imposing figure in the sky, their hearts filled with shock. As expected, the underground treasure had attracted a mighty figure. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but spit out saliva. However, not long after, they went completely crazy. That was because after that imposing figure, several equally powerful figures appeared. Each of their auras swept across the world. They were all mighty figures. It was probably the first time in recent years that so many mighty figures had appeared together. Terrifying auras appeared in the sky and pressed down on the surroundings. Fortunately, these mighty figures quickly retracted their auras and landed on the ground. They did not make a move. Otherwise, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles would definitely be destroyed in an instant. In the following days, more and more experts arrived. Countless lightning bolts descended, turning into a sea of lightning. Powerful auras pierced through the void. Then, many figures appeared in the sea of lightning. All of them had cold expressions and powerful auras. They were from the Myriad Thunder sect. Everyone exclaimed. They knew that the underground treasure was first discovered by the Myriad Thunder sect. However, someone had spread the news. It seemed that the Myriad Thunder sect could no longer hold back and had sent out a large number of martial artists to compete for the treasure. A full moon descended from the sky, shining bright moonlight all over the ground. Then, countless figures appeared in the garden. They were like immortals that people looked up to. Moon-worshipping sect. Countless figures flew over from the sky. Each of them had a pair of translucent wings on their backs. When they flapped their wings, they formed a strong hurricane that swept across the world. They were from the Carefree sect. In addition, there were also the Five Elements sect and the Moon Palace. These were all peerless sections. They were extremely terrifying. Apart from the mighty figures and elders, there were also many young disciples from these sections. These young disciples were outstanding and had powerful auras. Each of them had a sharp and confident look on their faces. For this kind of exploration of ancient ruins, all the major sects would send their young disciples to train themselves. After all, in this true spirit world, flowers in a greenhouse could not grow. Only by experiencing countless storms could one become a peerless expert. Everyone looked at the figures in shock. However, the void trembled again. Countless rays of light descended, turning into a silver river that reversed the 9 heavens. It was as if a golden path had descended from the heavenly palace to the ground. Under the golden light, countless powerful figures appeared. Each of them was extremely fierce. They were even stronger than those peerless sections. Wavering light, sacred land. Everyone gasped. They did not expect that even the wavering light, sacred land would come. Damn, that's the wavering light saint, right? Everyone looked into the distance and exclaimed. They discovered that there was a handsome young man in the wavering light, sacred lands team. He was tall and straight, covered in golden light. There were 108 rings of light revolving behind him. It was incomparably bright. It really is the wavering light saint. This wavering light saint is extremely powerful. Rumor has it that his strength is terrifying. Even many of the older generation are not his match. Yeah, I heard that he is very powerful among the younger generation. He has never been defeated since his debut. Some even say that he has the attitude of a young great emperor. Hearing this, many people gasped. Great emperor was an existence that everyone in the true spirit world yearned for. However, it was too difficult to become a great emperor. It was like a natural chasm in front of everyone, not to mention these ordinary warriors. Even those brilliant, peerless geniuses might not be able to become a great emperor. It could be said that the path of a great emperor was a very cruel martial path. One had to step on countless blood and bones to reach the throne of a great emperor. Chapter 17:11. Since ancient times, there had only been a few great emperors. Each of them was an existence that could crush the ages and push the 8 desolates away. And these great emperors had already displayed heaven-defying strength when they were young. It was rumored that when these great emperors were young, they were invincible and could sweep through the entire true spirit world. Only such people could become great emperors. And now, it was rumored that the wavering light saint had the bearing of a young great emperor. It was simply too shocking. After the wavering light sacred land, more and more terrifying forces arrived. As for Lin Xian, he was also hidden within the surrounding crowd. This time he changed his appearance and hid his aura. He also carried a formation personally inscribed by the Crimson Dragon. It could be said that as long as it wasn't a mysterious celestial spirit master, no one would discover his true appearance. In front, the major forces didn't make a move. Instead, they joined forces and prepared to break the formation together, because it was useless to fight now. When they reached the ancient ruins, they would rely on their own ability to obtain the treasures. These peerless sects and peerless sacred lands had all brought terrifying formation masters and spirit masters. They worked together to break the formation. In front of them, the ground was torn apart and a black hole appeared. Below, it was the entrance to the ancient ruins. And those top formation masters and spirit masters had all entered the underground to quickly break the formation. Ordinary martial artists could only feel wave after wave of terrifying energy gushing out from the ground. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were hiding in the crowd so they could see it clearly. They discovered that strange and mysterious patterns were flying out of the ground and spreading in all directions. Obviously, this was the work of those top formation masters and spirit masters. However, breaking the formation wasn't as simple as imagined. This operation lasted for 3 days. However, the formation of the ancient ruins hadn't been opened yet. The surrounding warriors couldn't help but feel a little anxious. But those peerless sacred lands and peerless sects were still able to remain calm. Sure enough, after another 2 days, an incomparably terrifying fluctuation suddenly came from the ground. The energy was like a wave, suddenly erupting and sweeping in all directions. Many people were even directly blown away by this energy. At this moment, ecstatic sounds came from below the ground. Haha, it's broken. It's finally broken. Hearing this, the surrounding warriors also became excited. After 5 days, the combined efforts of 100 top-notch masters had finally removed the ancient restriction. The spirit chi below became more and more intense. Then it turned into countless rays of light, illuminating the entire sky. At this moment, everyone was watching with rapt attention. Even the Almighties had serious expressions. Finally, the light disappeared, and a vermilion door appeared in front of him. The door was simple and unadorned, emitting a desolate aura. They were like 2 huge red mountains, standing firmly in front of him. Once they opened the red door, they would be able to enter the primordial ruins. Tuoba Yulong leaned on his walking stick. His face was covered in sweat, but his eyes were burning with passion. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. There must be countless treasures in this ancient ruin. Perhaps there would even be some rare and precious elixirs that could extend one's lifespan. If he could obtain one, then this trip would definitely not be in vain. For a moment, all the warriors stared at the vermilion door in front of them. The eyes of Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon flickered. At this moment, an Almighty in the sky snorted coldly. Since we've found the entrance, what are we waiting for? Let's just push the door open and enter. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm and blasted forward. Immediately, the wind and clouds surged and changed sharply, forming 2 huge green palms that pushed forward. This was the power of Almighty. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the pair of green palms arrived in front of the red door. Boom! The violent aura made everyone tremble. At this moment, countless warriors retreated frantically, afraid of being affected by the energy. In the next moment, the green palms slammed into the vermilion door, erupting with resplendent light. This attack was too terrifying. Fortunately, there were countless experts here suppressing the void. Otherwise, just this palm alone would be enough to destroy a radius of 10,000 miles. However, everyone's expression was very ugly. In fact, the warriors were stunned, because they realized that the vermilion door did not open after such a terrifying attack. This was too unbelievable. At this moment, even the Almighty who attacked earlier had an ugly expression. He did not expect that the vermilion door would be so sturdy. Under his palm, it could not be shaken. At this moment, the living fossil elder of the 10,000 Thunder Sect said in a deep voice, "This should not be an ordinary energy door. There was probably a trace of rule power on it. The power of laws. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. That was a magical power that only a sage could master. It seemed that this ancient ruin was definitely not ordinary. At least there used to be a sage. Otherwise, the power of laws would not appear. After hearing that, the faces of those almighties became even uglier. Although they were extremely powerful and could destroy mountains and rivers and tear apart the void, however, they could not shake the power of laws, because they were not in the same realm at all. Then what should we do? None of us can break the power of laws. Could it be that we really can't enter this time? Those almighties had ugly expressions. However, an elder of the wavering light, sacred land, shook his head. This door has existed for countless years, and the energy of laws on it is already very weak. It can be said that it's about to disappear. Against such energy, it's not impossible for us to join forces. Yes, let's join forces and attack. An elder of the Gu family also said in a deep voice. Okay, let's join forces. The living fossil elder of the Myriad Thunder sect also nodded. Then his figure flickered and he took a step forward. At the same time, an elder of the wavering light, sacred land, and an elder of the Gu family also appeared in the sky. In addition, 2 other almighties appeared. The aura of these 5 people was so powerful that it crushed the void like a god fiend. In the next moment, the 5 of them joined forces and blasted toward the vermilion door in front of them. Boom! A shocking bolt of lightning, like the 9 heavens' divine thunder, lit up the entire sky and blasted forward. It was the living fossil of the Myriad Thunder sect. The attack of such a figure was extremely terrifying. In fact, just the aftermath alone made everyone's scalp go numb, and they felt as if they were on the verge of death. Fortunately, he attacked the vermilion door. Otherwise, if this attack hit the ground, the entire primeval forest would be destroyed mercilessly. Not only him, but the elder of the wavering light, sacred land, and the elder of the Gu family also attacked. A bright light blasted forward like a godfiend's palm. On the other side, the elder of the Gu family pointed his finger. Azure dragon finger. The sharp finger light transformed into an azure dragon, spiraling and roaring as it shot out. The other 2 almighties also attacked with their full strength. 5 attacks blasted toward the vermilion door together. Chapter 1712. The scene was too terrifying as if it was the end of the world. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard, and endless light scattered in all directions. At that moment, the area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was illuminated. In front of them, the crimson door slowly opened under this energy. It's open! Seeing this scene, everyone was ecstatic and excited. The 5 peerless powerhouses had joined forces and finally opened the crimson door. Everyone looked to the front, extremely excited. Let's go in. Charge! In an instant, countless figures rose into the air and flew forward. The other major powers also quickly entered the area. In the crowd, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and followed silently. Finally, he could enter the ancient ruins. He wondered what treasures he would get this time. Soon he was wrapped in a bright light. After flying for an unknown period of time, it was as if time and space had changed. Finally, the white light around Lin Xian disappeared, and he appeared in the void. Buzz! However, in the next moment, he realized that he could not fly anymore. He quickly descended. Damn, what's going on? Fortunately, there was endless seawater below him. Lin Xian fell directly into the sea and did not suffer any injuries. What is this place? It's too strange. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. The ancient ruins seemed to be a world of its own, and there seemed to be strange rules here. He realized that he could not fly here. It seemed that even mobilizing the spiritual energy around him was difficult. Lin Xian frowned. The crimson dragon also came out and observed carefully. Then it said in a deep voice, "There are powerful rules here, different from the outside world. This can only be done by at least a sage." Moreover, it was not an ordinary sage. Kid, be careful. Don't waste your spiritual energy. Special rules. Lin Xian was also very surprised. This place was indeed strange. Then he looked around and realized that he was surrounded by an endless sea, and no one else appeared here. Random teleportation. Lin Xian was no stranger to this situation. However, this was also good. Those people had entered with the elders of the sects and families. If they were here, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to contend against them. But now, everyone was randomly teleported. As long as he did not encounter any powerful beings, he had no fear of the other younger generations. He might even be able to snatch some treasures from those people. At the same time, the people who had entered before also began to rapidly search for treasures and opportunities. However, they didn't know that after they entered, the red door didn't close. The forces that arrived later also sent people in one after another. For a moment, the entire eastern wilderness was in an uproar. However, Lin Xian was still unaware of all this. He was now stepping on the seawater and moving forward quickly. However, during this period, he did not encounter a single person. Instead, he killed many sea monsters. A few days later, Lin Xian discovered that many figures had appeared in the surrounding waters. This surprised him greatly. At this moment, He too sent a voice transmission. Kid, be careful. It seems like a new force has joined. Lin Xian looked around and nodded. Indeed, there were some people that he had not seen before. He guessed that they should be the forces that had entered later. As there were more and more people around, a great battle soon broke out. In fact, the surrounding seawater was even dyed red. Lin Xian looked around coldly and continued to move forward. However, at this moment, a few figures blocked his path. There were a total of 4 people. There were 3 men and 1 woman. Their auras were powerful. They stared coldly at Lin Xian and sneered. Kid, how dare you come here alone to search for treasures? It seems like you're really courting death. Hand over your storage ring obediently and I can spare your life. The few of them said coldly. After they arrived, they realized that they couldn't use the surrounding spiritual energy. Therefore, the subdivine crystals and elixirs in everyone's hands became extremely precious. Otherwise, if they consumed too much spiritual energy, it would take a long time for them to recover by absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. In this primordial ruin, they could be killed if they were not careful. Therefore, they had to have enough subdivine crystals and elixirs in their hands to maintain their strength and not be killed. The 4 people in front of them obviously had their eyes on Lin Xian. They realized that Lin Xian was acting alone. So what if he was strong? He was definitely not a match for the 4 of them. Hearing this, Lin Xian laughed. These people actually had their eyes on him. They really didn't know what was good for them. Originally, he didn't want to attack these people. However, since they had sent themselves to him, he had no choice but to attack. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize, then get lost. I can spare your lives, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the 4 people in front of him sneered with disdain and mockery. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. What did he say? He actually wants us to kowtow and apologize? He's not going to kill us? Kid, did you soak in the seawater for too long and water got into your brain? You're just a 3-star king. How dare you boast so shamelessly? Who do you think you are? A martial artist from the Holy Land? Or a disciple of a clan of the ancients? Humph! Hurry up and kneel down, cripple your own arms, and hand over your storage ring. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Our patience is limited. I advise you not to court death. The 4 people snorted coldly with cold killing intent. However, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Rusalong, do it. In the next moment, the crimson dragon flew out of his sleeve and attacked together with Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian still dared to attack, the 4 martial artists in front of him snorted coldly and quickly attacked as well. Boom! A terrifying attack quickly appeared and was about to hit Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, the four of them froze. The light that filled the sky also disappeared in an instant. Two of the disciples had a bloody hole between their eyebrows. As for the other two disciples, two dragon claws appeared on their bodies. Their hearts were hollowed out. Pung, pung, pung. In the next moment, the four of them fell to the ground, splashing water everywhere. Lin Xian snorted coldly and put away their storage rings. Seeing that Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had killed four powerful kings in one move, the surrounding martial artists were all shocked. They even retreated quickly, not daring to provoke Lin Xian again. Obviously, they thought that Lin Xian was a powerful demon king, and no one dared to attack him. After intimidating the surrounding martial artists, Lin Xian continued on his journey. One day later, he discovered a small black dot on the surface of the sea in the distance. An island. Lin Xian knew that an island must have appeared in front of him. Therefore, he increased his speed. Chapter 1713. Lin Xian couldn't fly now, so he had to walk on water. Even so, his speed was terrifying to the extreme. This was because he wanted to conserve energy. Otherwise, he would be even faster. Sure enough, as Lin Xian ran quickly, the black spot in front of him became bigger and bigger. It was indeed an island. It was about 1,000 miles in size and wasn't particularly big. At the top, there were tall black mountains and a black forest. It was very strange. However, after searching for so many days, there was nothing but the sea. Now that he saw an island, Lin Xian naturally wanted to go up and check it out. However, just as he approached the island, a group of people flew over from the opposite sea at the same time. These people's auras were tyrannical and even had a murderous aura. It was extremely terrifying. Soon, these people blocked Lin Xian's path. Among them, a black-skinned, burly man shouted coldly, "Kid, get lost. This is not a place you can come." This burly man's aura was monstrous, and there was even a dense, demonic aura surrounding him. It was as if a demon had come out of nowhere. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. At the side, the Crimson Dragon also said, "Kid, be careful. These people should be half demons with the bloodline of the demon clan." Bloodline of the demon clan. Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder the other party had such a terrifying aura. However, no matter how strong the other party was, they couldn't block his path. Therefore, in the next moment, he snorted coldly, "Get lost. That island is ownerless. Anyone can go up. If you dare to stop me again, don't blame me for being impolite." Humph! Shameless boasting. A puny 3-star king dares to speak so arrogantly? "Kid, I don't want to kill you. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll slap you into a bloody mist." The burly man snorted coldly, and the warriors around him also sneered. Humph! Seeing that the other party was still unwilling to give way, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without any hesitation, he waved his fists, and the Armageddon black dragon fist rushed out. "You dare to attack me? You're courting death." The purple-haired man flew into a rage. His opponent was just a trifling 3-star king, yet he dared to attack him. He was truly courting death. In the next moment, he also raised his palm, which turned into a purple light and slapped forward. The purple beast claw was extremely sharp, and there were purple scales on it. It carried an incomparably terrifying power as it ruthlessly smashed forward. For a moment, the seawater was blasted away and scattered to the sides. This terrifying attack caused many people in the distance to cry out in alarm. In the next moment, the two collided, forming an extremely terrifying energy storm. It stirred up the surrounding seawater, and suddenly, countless waves crashed in all directions. It was so much so that a vacuum appeared beneath their feet. Pung! The fist shadows that filled the sky disappeared. At the same time, the purple-clothed man also retreated. A wisp of anger and shock appeared in his eyes. He hadn't expected that a puny three-star king would possess such terrifying strength and be able to force him back with a single punch. This was unbearable for him. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared. Suddenly, his body expanded, and his two palms turned into purple beast claws. The scales on the claws were shining, and it was extremely terrifying. "Brat, you dare to provoke me? Go to hell!" The purple-clothed man roared and launched another fierce attack. This attack was even more terrifying than before. The purple light covered the entire sky. A terrifying aura shook the sea, and black holes appeared one after another. "Humph!" Lin Xian snorted coldly. The violent energy in his body also surged out, and the apocalyptic black dragon fist swept out in all directions. The battle between the two was too terrifying, and it caused the entire sea to tremble. The surrounding martial artists were extremely frightened. That purple-clothed man was from the Demon King Palace, right? His strength was extremely terrifying, but who was that young man? He was actually able to fight him to a draw. Could it be that he was also a martial artist from the Peerless Sanctuary? For a moment, everyone was discussing. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound was heard. Then the purple-clothed man was sent flying, and his face was filled with horror. "Damn it, impossible! This is impossible! How can you be so powerful? Brat, who are you?" "You don't need to know who I am." Lin Xian snorted coldly. "How dare you block my way? Today you must pay the price." Hearing this, the purple-clothed man's face turned ugly. Previously, he was extremely arrogant and did not take the other party seriously at all. He thought that the other party was an ant that he could kill with a raise of his hand. But now it seemed that he was completely wrong. The other party's strength was extremely powerful, and it even exceeded his expectations. However, the other party's attitude made him extremely angry. The other party actually dared to tell him to get lost. This was intolerable. "Brat, I admit that you've exceeded my expectations, but you're too arrogant. Do you really think that you can defeat me? What a joke! Originally, I just didn't want to expend too much energy. But since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish today." With that, the purple-clothed man let out a long roar. In an instant, the entire sea region trembled along with it. Not only that, the purple-clothed man's body bloomed with a bright light. Streaks of purple demon chi quickly appeared and surrounded him. In the next moment, countless purple scales appeared on his body, and a tail appeared behind him. It was ferocious and terrifying. After transforming into a demon beast, the purple-clothed man's aura suddenly skyrocketed. His entire being was like a demon king, extremely fierce. He's really from the Demon King Palace. He has the demon clan's bloodline. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, they also exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that this bloodline was indeed strange. At least now, the other party's aura was much more powerful than before. After the purple-clothed man transformed into a demon beast, he immediately stomped his foot, and the sea below instantly exploded. Then he turned into a bolt of purple lightning and rushed over. His speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Boom! 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 The purple-clothed beast waved its terrifying claws and charged forward with a powerful force. Lin Xian brandished the apocalyptic black dragon fist to resist. The momentum was like two mountains colliding in the air. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. Indeed, after the purple-clothed man transformed, his strength had increased by a lot. Moreover, the demon chi on the purple-clothed man's body had a certain effect on martial artists. However, it did not have much of an effect on him. With a cold snort, Lin Xian's sharp sword light appeared around him and enveloped him. The sword light even shone and directly destroyed the surrounding demon chi. Thunderbolt Dragon. Lin Xian also increased his combat strength and punched out. Suddenly, a huge black dragon flew out from his hand and quickly rushed forward. Boom! Another loud sound was heard, and the purple-clothed man was sent flying again. What? He was sent flying again. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were extremely shocked and could not believe it. Chapter 17:14. Brat, how dare you injure me? I'll make you wish you were dead. The purple-robed man roared madly. In the next moment he ignited his bloodline, and a ball of purple flames rose from his body. Lin Xian frowned when he saw that the purple-robed man still had some tricks up his sleeve. He did not want to waste too much energy on the purple-robed man. In the next moment, he used his ultimate move again. A pair of black dragon claws appeared in the air. The black dragon claws swooped down from the sky and tore the void apart. Buzz! However, the purple-robed man who had unleashed his bloodline power had become extremely powerful. He turned into a purple bolt of lightning and dodged the spatial crack. Lin Xian was surprised. The purple-robed man was indeed powerful. You're indeed a martial artist from Monster King Palace. You have many tricks up your sleeve. But it's over. Lin Xian snorted. His fist was like a black dragon that quickly pressed down from the sky. It was a terrifying scene. It was as if there was really a giant dragon hovering in the void. Looking at the black fist that was descending from the sky, the purple-robed man roared. Open! In the next moment he moved his purple beast claws and struck forward. When the two collided, there was a dazzling light between heaven and earth. The sea was sunk and a huge whirlpool appeared. Endless sea water gathered below. Roar! The purple-robed man roared and his eyes were filled with madness. That was because countless cracks had appeared on his body from that strike. Terrifying blood flowed out quickly and dyed him red. Shocking! It was too shocking. He had already ignited his bloodline power, and he still could not contend with the purple-robed man? He could not believe it. However, Lin Xian snorted. So what if he had the bloodline of the monster clan? Since you dare to intercept me, you'll have to pay the price. As he spoke, he waved his fist again. Suddenly, countless black dragon shadows appeared in the sky. They covered the sky and covered the entire sky. Each of them seemed real, and they emitted a powerful aura. Countless dragon shadows swooped down and engulfed the purple-robed man in an instant. The purple-robed man could not resist at all. His body was torn apart and dyed the sea red. On the other hand, Lin Xian snorted coldly and raised his hand to take away the storage ring. This scene was simply too shocking. A dignified martial artist of the demon Imperial Palace, a powerful half-demon, had actually been killed by someone. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it, even if they were beaten to death. However, although the surrounding crowd was shocked, there were still a few people whose eyes were flickering with killing intent. It was obvious that they wanted to make a move on Lin Xian. It was not that they were crazy, but these people thought that this was a great opportunity. This was because Lin Xian must have used up a lot of spiritual energy in his battle with the demon Imperial Palace's martial artists. He even suffered some injuries. At this time, if several experts attacked together, there was a high chance that they would be able to kill the other party. At that time, not only Lin Xian's storage ring, but even the purple-clothed man's storage ring would belong to the final victor. Therefore, a few people were preparing to make a move in secret. However, at this time, Lin Xian snorted coldly in front of them, and a shocking light burst out from his eyes. From his body, streaks of sharp sword qi gushed out, piercing through heaven and earth like divine swords. It was extremely terrifying. The terrifying sword qi swept out in all directions, flattening the entire sea. Come at me if you're not afraid of death. Lin Xian said coldly, releasing a powerful aura that was even more tyrannical than before. Feeling this aura, many people's scalps went numb, and they looked terrified. The few experts who wanted to make a move in secret also narrowed their eyes in shock. They did not expect that the other party would still have energy after such an intense battle. And from the looks of it, He did not seem to have the right to attack before. This made them feel like they were in a dream. For a moment, a few experts frowned. This was because they did not know if Lin Xian was really powerful or just pretending to confuse them. In the end, these people thought about it again and again and decided to give up. This was because they were not completely confident. In the crowd, 5 or 6 figures quickly retreated and left the area like ghosts. After the hidden experts left, the remaining warriors did not dare to make a move. In fact, they could not even withstand the aura that Lin Xian was emitting at this moment. However, at this moment, a charming laughter came from afar. "Young master, you're so powerful. I wonder if I have the opportunity to travel with you?" Hearing this voice, many people's bones went soft, and their eyes shone with a fiery light. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned slightly. What a powerful, bewitching technique! Just this voice alone was enough to make the blood in one's body churn, and one's expression become unstable. It seemed that the other party was also a ruthless character. However, this charm technique was effective on others, but it did not have any effect on him. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the great dragon sword soul in his body was activated. He was not affected at all. However, the surrounding people raised their heads and looked into the distance with infatuation. Over there, a green figure was flying towards them at high speed. It was an extremely beautiful woman. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her eyes were like a ball of fire. As she looked around, she had a charming aura that was captivating. The woman in green came close, looked at Lin Xian, and said with a smile, "I wonder which sex genius disciple you are from. You have such powerful strength. I'm so happy to see you." Lin Xian frowned slightly. He did not understand what she was trying to do. At this moment, the surrounding people could not help but shout, "Beauty, are you looking for a bodyguard for your safety? Look for a brother. He's very powerful." "Yes, Beauty. Come with us. We guarantee that you won't be in any danger. Come with me. Come with me." Shouts could be heard. These people were so excited that they could not wait to attack. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and shook his head helplessly. The people around him were really reckless. Although the woman in green in front of him was smiling, her true strength was probably more terrifying than the purple-robed man from the Demon King Palace. These people wanted to be her bodyguard. They were really reckless. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon also said, "Boy, be careful. This woman is also a half-demon." "She's also a half-demon?" Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect that the other party was also a half-demon. It seemed that it was very likely that she was from the same faction as the purple-robed man. Knowing this, he secretly became vigilant. The great dragon sword soul in his body quickly revolved, ready to attack at any time. The smile on the woman in green's face became even wider. She moved her jade-like feet and slowly approached Lin Xian. When she was less than 30 feet away, the woman in green suddenly attacked. At this moment, her fair, jade-like leg seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade as it kicked out towards Lin Xian. Chapter 17:15. The void trembled and was mercilessly cut open. This kick was very sudden and extremely terrifying. If it were any other king, even a 6-star king would have been hit because it was too sudden. However, Lin Xian sneered. He had long known that there was something wrong with the other party, so he was always on guard against her. Now that he saw the other party make a move, his figure swayed, and he directly used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps to retreat. Buzz! The kick missed, and the place where Lin Xian was originally standing suddenly exploded, forming a terrifying black hole. Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect the woman in green to suddenly attack when she came in. However, what shocked them even more was that the woman in green missed. Not to mention the surrounding cultivators, even the woman in green was extremely surprised, because her kick was very sudden, and even a 6-star king could not dodge it. However, the other party actually dodged it. She had to admit that it was too surprising. However, What shocked her was yet to come, because in the next moment her move was over, and that pair of jade-like legs had yet to be retracted. However, a black fist in front of her quickly blasted over like a mountain. Bang! This black fist was naturally thrown by Lin Xian. At this moment, it blasted onto that pair of perfect jade-like legs, resulting in a shocking collision. The pair of jade-like legs were directly blasted apart. The woman in green screamed, and the surrounding people looked pained. Heartache! It was too heartache! Such a beautiful woman with such perfect legs. But someone actually mercilessly shattered them. It was truly abominable. Obviously, the person who had such thoughts was still under the influence of the charm technique. If the woman in green attacked these people, none of them would be able to dodge. The woman in green's expression changed drastically, and there was even a hint of anger in her eyes. She screamed and retreated backward. A silver-white tail appeared on that jade-like leg that had been blasted apart. It was an inverted triangle that flickered with a cold light. This was a scorpion tail. The moment it appeared, it carried a monstrous killing intent, and it stabbed towards Lin Xian like a spear. Light flashed, and the void was instantly pierced through. However, this time it still stabbed nothing, because Lin Xian's speed had reached an unbelievable level. The heavenly dragon's 8 steps was incomparable, and he instantly dodged this attack. As expected of a half-demon, Lin Xian looked at the scorpion tail and said coldly, "What? He's also a half-demon." When the crowd saw this scene, they cried out in surprise. They hadn't expected the woman in green to be a half-demon as well. However, the woman in green's bewitchment technique was simply too powerful. Even though they saw that the other party was a half-demon, many warriors were still dazed. It seemed that he had been deeply affected by the spell. The green-clothed woman retreated to a safe distance and stopped. Then the green light on her body surged and quickly condensed at the silver scorpion tail. Then a pair of perfect jade-like feet and legs grew out again. However, although her severed limb had regenerated, the green-clothed woman's face was still somewhat pale. It was obvious that this rebirth technique was very taxing on her. "Damned brat! How dare you injure me?" The lady in green had a vicious look in her eyes as she glared at Lin Xian. But in the end, she didn't make a move. This was because the other party's strength was too strange. She was actually able to dodge his unexpected attack and even severely injure him. All of this was beyond her expectations. And now, she had used up a lot of her strength and wasn't in the right condition to fight with the other party. "Brat, you injured me today. One day, I'll kill you with my own hands," the green-clothed woman said through gritted teeth. Then she looked around and released her bewitchment technique again. She turned into a ray of green light and left into the distance. The surrounding warriors were affected by the bewitchment technique, and their eyes were dazed again. There were even a few who were too proficient in the technique and directly moved to follow the green-clothed woman. Seeing this, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. It seemed that those warriors who followed her would be sucked dry of their yang qi and blood energy. However, this was the decision of these people, so he didn't stop them. Moreover, even if they recovered their strength, they were still no match for him. Therefore, Lin Xian shook his head and stopped paying attention to them. Instead, he looked at the island in front of him. "Brat, let's go take a look," the Crimson Dragon said. Lin Xian nodded. There was no other way. Then, the two of them quickly ran forward. In front of them, there were already many people standing on the Black Island. Obviously, these people wanted to search for treasures on the island. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon also arrived on the island. Suddenly, they felt a cold and gloomy aura. It was as if they didn't land on an island, but in the netherworld. After Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, many more people quickly landed on the island. As the number of martial artists increased, the entire island began to change. First, there was a trace of black fog coming from a forest in front of them and gradually spreading in all directions. Not only that, the surrounding light also dimmed, as if countless dark clouds were gathering towards the island. A chilly wind blew, and it was so cold that people couldn't help but shiver. Many people felt their hair stand on end and their scalps go numb. They even had the urge to run away. The Crimson Dragon also shivered and howled. "Brat, why do I feel that something is wrong?" "Me too." Lin Xian looked dignified. "Anyway, be careful. Don't fall into the enemy's trap." Lin Xian walked towards the Black Forest in front of him, and many warriors around him followed suit. The Black Forest was very strange. The trees were completely black, as if they had been dyed with thick ink and blood. Walking in the Black Forest, it was quiet all around. There was no sound at all. This silence made people feel hopeless. However, at this moment, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out and tore through the void. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Did someone make a move? Even Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon frowned. Sure enough, there was a change in the Black Forest. The whole forest seemed to have come alive. The black trees turned into demons, and their branches were like demon claws, dancing quickly. A few warriors were careless and were directly pierced by the black branches. Gurgle, gurgle. Soon, the blood of those warriors who were pierced was absorbed by the black branches. This terrifying change shocked everyone. In an instant, countless roars were heard, and then rays of bright light lit up. Qi and blood, like dragons, dyed the sky red. It was obvious that the warriors were making a move. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were also attacked. Those black branches carried a gloomy and cold aura, and strangely curved, piercing towards their vitals. Humph! Lin Xian snorted, and countless sharp sword lights were released around him, slashing in all directions. Chapter 17:16. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sharp sword lights bloomed around his body and slashed in all directions. Instantly, those branches were quickly cut off. Crack! Crack! However, it was not over yet. New branches grew out from those cut-off branches and quickly wrapped around Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. They were endless and could not be killed at all. Lin Xian tried a few times and also discovered this characteristic. Thus, he hurriedly called out to the Crimson Dragon, "Let's go, leave this forest!" The two of them rushed to the left like lightning. The others did not continue to fight. They also turned around and quickly left. Whoosh! However, in this black forest, the sound of countless wings flapping suddenly sounded. Soon after, numerous black shadows flew out from the forest, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was a strange black bird. Its entire body was black, and it was the size of a palm. However, its eyes were extremely red and had a bloodthirsty glow. "Damn it, it's the blood crows. Run!" Someone cried out in surprise. Hearing this, the surrounding warriors felt their scalps go numb. The blood crows were an extremely terrifying type of monster. They specialized in sucking the flesh and blood of warriors and could be said to be very evil. These blood crows were not very strong individually, but they were social creatures. Every time they moved, they would cover the sky and cover the earth. They formed an extremely terrifying army of blood crows that ordinary kings could not resist at all. Now, they did not expect to encounter such terrifying blood crows. For a time, countless people could no longer care about hiding their strength and fled crazily. However, there were too many of these blood crows. In all directions in the sky and on the ground, there were blood crows everywhere. In an instant, they collided with the human warriors. Poof! A human warrior was covered by hundreds of blood crows in an instant. His body was directly caught. Explode! Blood mist filled the air, and the blood was quickly devoured by the blood crows. Not only that, the taste of the blood stimulated the blood crows. Every one of them released a terrifying blood-red light and flew crazily toward the human warriors. Ah! Screams sounded one after another. Not long after, Many martial artists were clawed into a bloody mist. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were also shocked. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his fist. Terrifying black fist shadows surged forward and wrapped up a group of blood crows. For a moment, a vacuum appeared in the sky. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were all shocked. Such combat prowess was simply too terrifying. But soon Lin Xian frowned. This was because the empty space was quickly covered by countless blood crows once again. They were densely packed, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they rushed toward him. This scene was extremely terrifying. Even Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. In the next moment, he quickly used the dragon's sword realm to envelop him and the Crimson Dragon. Terrifying sword chi swept out in all directions, resisting the blood crows that filled the sky. Then, Lin Xian moved and sprinted forward. Screams of agony could be heard all around. However, there were also experts among these martial artists. Clang! There was a deafening sound. Then, in the distance, a blue thunderbolt lit up and rushed into the sky. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning descended and quickly attacked those blood crows. It was an expert from the myriad thunder sect. At this moment, he roared and lightning flashed all over his body. He looked like a thunder god. On the other side, a golden light soared into the sky like a golden river roaring in the void. The experts from the wavering light, sacred land also made their move. There was another earth-shattering sound. Then, a saber light cut through the void like a rainbow. From time to time, experts appeared in the crowd to fight against the terrifying Blood Crow army. The surrounding ancient martial art practitioners quickly followed behind these top powers and rushed forward. With these powerhouses around, their safety was guaranteed. However, not long after, an extremely cold cry suddenly sounded from the Blood Crow army in front. Then, a huge monster appeared in front of them. It was a huge blood crow as big as a house. Its head was ferocious, and there were 3 blood-red eyeballs on it. As soon as this huge blood crow appeared, it carried a monstrous, murderous aura and boundless bloody light. Then it spread its wings and made a weird, croaking sound. In the third eye, a blood-red bolt of lightning suddenly shot out. Rumble! This blood-red bolt of lightning struck the crowd and instantly killed more than 10 martial artists. Damn it! Not good. It's the Blood Crow King. Everyone's scalp went numb. They could not even fight against an ordinary Blood Crow army. They did not expect the Blood Crow King to appear now. This made them unable to resist at all. Humph! What Blood Crow King? Watch me destroy you! A middle-aged man snorted. He held a shiny long saber in his hand, and his entire body emitted a monstrous aura. With a slash of the saber light was like a rainbow. The dazzling saber light illuminated the entire forest. A terrifying aura surged in the void, causing the entire island to shake rapidly. Melon, melon! The Blood Crow King roared crazily. Then its 3 eyeballs turned and countless blood-red lightning surged out quickly. Boom! In the next moment, the blood-red lightning that filled the sky collided with the terrifying saber light. Violent energy exploded, and the world was dazzling. Under the blood-red lightning, the terrifying saber light was not blocked at all and directly shattered into pieces. Not only that, but even that martial artist was also pierced by the blood-red lightning. What? An expert was killed! Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp went numb. That swordsman was very powerful. Previously, it was him who killed countless blood crows with one slash, but they did not expect that he would be killed by the Blood Crow King in just one move. This was simply too shocking. Lin Xian also frowned because he realized that the Blood Crow King's strength was indeed terrifying. He did not want to be entangled with the opponent, so he used the Dragon Sword Realm. His entire body turned into a sharp sword light and continued to open up a path. After the Blood Crow King killed the swordsman, Its 3 blood-red eyeballs emitted a monstrous blood-red light and then swept in all directions. Soon, it stared at Lin Xian, the Yaoguang Sacred Lands experts, the Myriad Thunder Sect, and the other human experts. In the next moment, it spread its wings and the blood-red light on its body surged quickly. Then it turned into dozens of blood crow avatars and rushed towards Lin Xian and the others. These blood crow avatars were 2 meters long and completely blood-red. They were completely composed of blood-red lightning. They carried a monstrous demonic aura. Not only that, although they were just avatars, their strength was terrifying. The Blood Crow King actually wanted to use its power to fight against Lin Xian, the Yaoguang Sacred Land, and the other human experts. It had to be said that it was too arrogant. All the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb and quickly retreated. Lin Xian also frowned. He snorted coldly and waved his fist. The image of a black dragon with black lightning quickly appeared and charged into the void. In the next moment, it collided with the Blood Crow King's avatar. Chapter 1717. Boom! The void was torn apart in an instant. Terrifying energy swept in all directions, causing the surrounding Blood Crow army to be affected as well. In the sky, the 2 energies collided with each other, creating a terrifying storm. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon did not hesitate either. They took advantage of this opportunity to set off again. On the other side, the powerhouses of the Wavering Light, Sacred Land, Myriad Thunder Sect, and other experts were also attacked by the Blood Crow King's clone. These people roared and used their ultimate skills to fight against the Blood Crow King's clone. A huge golden phantom appeared behind the powerhouse of the Wavering Light, Sacred Land. A terrifying light rushed into the sky. The powerhouse of the Myriad Thunder Sect also held a thunder sword in his hand and slashed forward. The other powerhouses also quickly attacked to fight against it. A great battle broke out, and the terrifying energy seemed to destroy the entire island. Under normal circumstances, a casual attack from these people would be able to destroy the entire island. But now, with so many powerhouses attacking together, the terrifying energy explosion still did not shake the Black Island. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. Despicable outsiders! How dare you enter my oblique moon mystic world? You can stay here. This voice was very low and carried a cold, killing intent. Hearing this, everyone trembled. However, the powerhouse of the Wavering Light, Sacred Land, exclaimed in surprise, "Damn it, you're a native of the ancient ruins. How is this possible? You're still alive." This voice was filled with shock and horror. After the others heard this, their scalps went numb. There were actually natives in the ancient ruins, and they were still alive. This was really too unbelievable. One had to know that this place was an ancient ruin that had existed for countless years. Even a great emperor could not live for so long. But now these people were actually still alive. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Are you humans or ghosts? The powerhouse of the Myriad Thunder Sect also roared. At this moment, everyone's bodies trembled, and a chill rose in their hearts. Even the Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian's scalps went numb. The 2 of them looked at each other and no longer held back. They erupted with powerful auras and rushed forward. This news was too shocking. There were actually people from the ancient times who were still alive. Furthermore, it was on this island. Just the thought of it was terrifying. At this moment, the Dragon Sword realm was pushed to its limits. Turning into a shocking dragon-shaped sword shadow, it flew out rapidly. Roar! Everywhere it passed, a large number of blood crows were pierced through. Nothing could stop it. Who dares to trespass into my ancestral land? That voice was heard once again before a majestic wave of energy shot towards Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. The terrifying energy surged towards Lin Xian like a sharp blade. Wherever it passed, the entire void trembled rapidly, and even the ground caved in. One had to know that this black island was extremely sturdy. Even when so many experts had attacked, they had not been able to break it. And now, a mere wave of energy had caused such a change to the entire black island. One could imagine how terrifying this energy fluctuation was. Wang. At this critical moment, Lin Xian drew out the 9 darkness demonic sword. Together with the dragon sword realm, his combat strength was raised to the extreme. He turned into a sharp sword light and dodged forward. A terrifying light shot into the sky. Chi. At this moment, the entire dragon sword realm was extremely sharp and fast. In the end, he narrowly avoided the attack. He actually dodged it. Seeing this scene, the indigenous person hiding in the dark was also very surprised. He did not expect that the other party could actually dodge his attack. This was really too surprising. Looking at the figures of Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, a figure in the dark sneered. So what if you dodge this? You will be killed sooner or later. The indigenous person shook his head and ignored Lin Xian and the others. Instead, he stared at the experts of the Yaoguang sacred land and the myriad thunder sect on the island and attacked again. Suddenly, a terrifying battle broke out. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon dodged the shocking attack. Then, the two of them flew quickly and directly left the Black Island. After leaving the Black Island, there was still the sea in front of them. However, the sea water had turned into a strange black color. As it surged, it carried an extremely cold aura. It was not until they were far away from the Black Island that Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon slowed down. Then, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Their faces were full of fear. It was too dangerous. If they were a step slower, they would definitely have been hit by that shocking energy. Even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. That was not what shocked the two of them. What shocked the two of them even more was that there were indigenous people alive in the ancient ruins. This was simply too unbelievable. Moreover, according to their guess, that mysterious person should not be the only one alive. Damn it! What the hell is this place? How can someone live here for so long? Lin Xian's expression was solemn. At this time, He Tu also floated out and said in a deep voice, "It's impossible for someone to live for so long. A great emperor can only live for 10 or 20,000 years at most. Unless it's a real immortal. However, whether there are immortals in this world is still unknown. Perhaps there are people who have survived in the ancient ruins. Those who left before were not from the ancient times, but their descendants. Perhaps." Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as they were not from the ancient times. However, the situation is still not optimistic, the Crimson Dragon said. Those people have lived in the ancient ruins for who knows how long. I'm afraid that even if there are treasures here, they would have already found them. And those that they can't find, we won't be able to find them in a short time. It seems that this trip was a waste of time. Indeed, the Crimson Dragon was right. Lin Xian also frowned. However, it was impossible to go back now. It was better to leave the Black Sea first and observe the situation. Next, Lin Xian took out a spirit boat and the two of them flew into the distance. Of course, they did not fly in the air, but flew close to the sea surface. Although the speed of the spirit boat was not very fast, it saved a lot of energy. On the Black Island, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had used up some of their energy. Therefore, they were sitting cross-legged and absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy with difficulty. The supreme grade, subdivine crystals, and elixirs in their hands were prepared for an emergency situation and to recover quickly. 3 days later, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon finally recovered. However, they still could not see the end of the sea. However, not long after, the spirit boat under their feet suddenly trembled violently as if it had encountered a huge monster. Chapter 1718. This alerted Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. The two of them stood up and looked down. Boom! 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 The spiritual boat kept shaking and the surrounding seawater surged rapidly. Countless huge waves appeared as if they were going to devour the boat. "There's something." Lin Xian frowned. Then he quickly jumped up high with the crimson dragon. At the same time, he flipped his palm and kept the spiritual boat. Indeed, in the next moment, waves surged on the surface of the sea. A black tentacle stretched out from the bottom of the sea. It was pitch black like ink. It looked like a devil's claw from hell. With an eerie and terrifying aura, it quickly rushed into the sky. Along with it, there was the sound of rolling waves and a terrifying, murderous aura. "What's that?" The crimson dragon was also shocked and quickly retreated. On the other side, Lin Xian retreated rapidly. Uft! The black tentacle quickly descended and slapped the surface of the sea. Then it formed two waves that were 1,000 feet high and rushed in all directions. The pitch-black seawater was extremely heavy. It was like black gold. At this moment, it became extremely cold. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he looked at the incoming black waves. Then he waved his fist. A black dragon claw appeared and waved rapidly in the void. Crack! 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 The void was torn apart in an instant. The black waves that were 1,000 feet high were also torn in half. Countless black waves landed on both sides of Lin Xian and the crimson dragon. However, not a single drop fell on them. During this process, Lin Xian also activated his heavenly secret god eyes to see what was below. It was a huge octopus. It was extremely terrifying. Its size was about the same as the Black Island from before. In particular, the aura of the octopus was as deep as the sea. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian and the crimson dragon felt their scalps go numb. They did not want to fight against it. Then, the two of them moved again and flew into the distance. This time, they didn't care about anything else. They held the two supreme quality subdivine crystals and flew at full speed while absorbing the energy. The crimson dragon let out a deep dragon roar, and the dragon blood in its body soared to the sky. It exuded a powerful divine beast aura, warning everyone in all directions. The aura of the dragon race permeated the air, incomparably terrifying. Immediately, the incomparably huge black octopus became extremely fearful. He didn't continue to pursue Lin Xian and Lin Xian. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the following days, they encountered countless huge sea creatures, each of which was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, they managed to escape without any mishap. 10 days later, they finally discovered another black dead in front of them, another island. The two of them frowned, but as they continued to fly, joy appeared on their faces. The reason for that was because they discovered that it was not an island. Instead, it was land. "I finally left this terrifying sea of darkness." Lin Xian and the crimson dragon were overjoyed and sped up again. In front of him was a golden beach, and behind the golden beach was a dense forest. It was not a strange black forest, but a normal green forest. Whoosh! 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 Lin Xian and the crimson dragon arrived on the golden beach. Feeling the scalding heat, the two of them felt as if they had just survived a disaster. The past few days had been too terrifying. Each of those sea creatures was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, the crimson dragon was a dragon and had a powerful divine beast aura. That was why they were able to escape. Lin Xian was still fine as he quietly observed his surroundings. The dark red dragon, on the other hand, was lying on the golden beach and rolling around nonstop. "There are spirit fruits ahead." The crimson dragon looked ahead and saw a strange-shaped fruit growing on a tree in front of them. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Lin Xian also pursed his lips. He was also a little hungry these days. Finally, the two of them walked forward. However, at this moment, several figures walked out of the forest. They stared at Lin Xian and the crimson dragon with unfriendly expressions. Seeing that there were people coming out, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon became nervous, because they thought that they were the natives of the ancient ruins. But then they breathed a sigh of relief, because they found that they were not natives, but warriors of the major forces who came with them. As long as they were not natives, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The people in front of them sneered. "Kid, hand over all your treasures and be our slaves. We can spare your life. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. F***CK. It's another robbery." The Crimson Dragon looked unhappy. He had been chased for more than 10 days. He did not expect to be robbed again. Therefore, he said coldly, "Get out of here. Otherwise, Ben Huang will eat you. You're courting death. It's just a four-horned snake. How dare it make a fuss? Go, kill it. We'll have snake soup tonight." A young man sneered. He pulled out the long saber at his waist and slashed forward. A dazzling saber light flashed, bringing with it a powerful storm. The saber was extremely terrifying. "Stinky snake die," the young man sneered. However, the Crimson Dragon snorted. He did not hold back at all. His body swayed, and his dragon tail swept out. Clang! The next moment, his dragon tail collided with the sharp saber light. A terrifying sound wave shook the void, causing countless cracks to appear in the surrounding area. Explode! However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The terrifying saber light was destroyed by the Crimson Dragon's tail. What? That's impossible. The young man's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. He did not expect that the other party was so powerful. Let's kill him together. The other two warriors also realized that something was wrong. They roared angrily, and a sharp light burst out from their bodies. They decided to join forces and kill the Crimson Dragon first. Whoosh! However, the Crimson Dragon was too fast. Just as those people attacked, he slapped down with his dragon claw. Boom! It covered the sky as if a red mountain had descended from the sky. The young martial artist who had attacked before hadn't even recovered from his shock when he was slapped into a bloody mist. "You're courting death. Kill him." The others roared crazily when they saw the scene. They did not expect the other party to be so decisive and kill one of their warriors in an instant. Humph! In the void, a dazzling ray of light shone like a rainbow, descending from the sky. It was a triangular mirror made of bronze. It was engraved with mysterious patterns. At this moment, a terrifying ray of light shone down from the mirror. It was as sharp as a heavenly saber. The ray of light quickly swept toward the Crimson Dragon. "Damn you, snake! Die!" The warrior holding the bronze mirror sneered. However, this time, the Crimson Dragon did not dodge. Instead, he waved his dragon claw and quickly clawed forward. Clang! There was another earth-shattering sound. An entire void trembled. Chapter 1719. However, the result was not what they had expected. The Crimson Dragon was not pierced. Instead, he shattered the terrifying light with a slap. What? That's impossible. Damn it. I don't believe it. The warrior roared crazily and activated the bronze mirror in his hand with all his strength, shooting out terrifying light beams one after another. However, the Crimson Dragon looked disdainful. He waved his dragon claws and formed a red claw print. He grabbed at the void. Boom! Boom! In the shocking collision, countless light beams were completely shattered. That incomparably terrifying bronze mirror had no effect in front of the dark red divine dragon at this moment. Not only that, but the dark red divine dragon's figure swayed and directly arrived in front of the martial artist. What? The warrior was shocked. He did not expect the opponent to be so fast. He did not even have time to react. Bang! The dark red divine dragon sneered and slapped the ancient bronze mirror away from the man's hand. Then he waved his dragon claws and pierced through the warrior. Bang! A bloody mist exploded, bringing with it a strong smell of blood. What? He killed another warrior. When the remaining two saw this, their scalps went numb. They did not expect the four-horned crawling snake in front of them to be so powerful that it surprised them. Oh no, the enemy is too powerful. Run. The two warriors looked at each other and did not attack. Instead, they fled in the opposite direction. The Crimson Dragon looked at the scene and smiled. Then he raised his head and spat out two balls of dragon flames. Whoosh! Whoosh! The red flames were like flowing lights. They instantly wrapped around the two warriors and burned them. Ah! 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 Two screams were heard. Then the two warriors were burned to ashes. Clang! In the distance, two storage rings fell to the ground with a crisp sound. A few pieces of trash. You want to attack Ben Huang? You're courting death. The Crimson Dragon snorted disdainfully. He waved his dragon claws and took away all the storage rings of the warriors. Lin Xian, on the other hand, watched quietly from the side. From the beginning to the end, he did not make a move. Seeing the Crimson Dragon take care of his opponent, he said with a smile, "All right, ruse along. Go hunt a few wild beasts and roast them." At the same time, he also brought out the snow-white fox and asked it to pick some spirit fruits. Wooji, wooji, the snow-white little roar transformed into a streak of white lightning and flew towards the forest. Not long after, it returned with a large pile of spirit fruits. This wasn't because Lin Xian was lazy, but because the little white monkey was very intelligent. The heaven-chosen fruit definitely didn't contain any poison. Moreover, their spiritual power was the most abundant. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon had also returned. Its tail was dragging a huge tiger, a cheetah, and a white jade elephant. After that, Lin Xian began to prepare the barbecue. 3 bonfires were set up on the beach. Then the corpses of 3 huge demonic beasts were cut into pieces and placed on top of the bonfires. Not long after, the aroma of barbecued meat wafted over. Not only that, Lin Xian even cut the spirit fruits into pieces and placed them aside. He even took out some secret spirit wine and placed it on the beach. The 3 of them, the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey, surrounded the bonfires and laid on the golden beach comfortably. The sky was blue and spotless. The sunlight was clear and shining on the ground. The sea breeze blew from time to time, bringing with it a salty smell. The aroma of barbecued meat was getting more and more fragrant, making people salivate. If it wasn't for the battle just now, those who didn't know would have thought that the 3 of them were here for a vacation. Soon, the meat was roasted to a golden color and emitted a rich aroma. The Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey couldn't wait any longer and pounced on it. Lin Xian also cut a meat leg and slowly tasted it. Not long after, above the sea in front, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air. 5 or 6 rainbows cut through the void and flew towards the golden beach. Those auras were so powerful that they directly cut open the sea surface, causing countless waves to crash in all directions. Soon, those rainbows arrived on the beach. In the next moment, those people were stunned, because they saw Lin Xian and the others on the golden beach. It wasn't strange that there were people on the beach, but the scene in front of them was strange. A handsome young man was half lying on the beach, eating golden barbecued meat and drinking supreme-grade spirit wine. It was as if he was on vacation. Beside him, there was a dark red 4-legged snake and a snow-white monkey who were also eating the golden barbecued meat. No matter how one looked at it, this scene was like a dream. Heavens, am I dreaming? Who is this kid? How can he be living such a comfortable life? We risked our lives to escape the sea of death, and he's enjoying himself so much. Could he be a native of this place? Thinking of this, the few of them looked serious and stared at Lin Xian with cold eyes. Lin Xian also put down the golden barbecued meat in his hand and quickly stood up, frowning, because he felt a sense of danger. Although the 5 people in front of him were injured and their auras were unstable and even very chaotic, but the energy contained in their bodies was still shocking and terrifying. Needless to say, There were definitely 5 experts, especially the one at the front. His aura was even more fierce. It was a burly young man with wounds all over his body, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was quite handsome, but he gave people a very special feeling, especially his eyes, which were extremely deep and emitted a cold aura. It was like a poisonous snake that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. On his left was a woman. She had a graceful figure and graceful curves. Her clothes were torn, and her slender, snow-white legs were faintly discernible. Her jade-like arms and flat stomach were exposed, and it was extremely tempting. On the right were 3 young men. They were all injured, but their eyes were unusually fierce. Moreover, Lin Xian discovered that the 5 of them were wearing the uniform of a sect. Even the Crimson Dragon frowned and quickly transmitted, "Brat, be careful! These are people from the All Beginnings Holy Land." All Beginnings Holy Land. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. This was definitely a terrifying sect. In fact, they were not any weaker than the Wavering Light Holy Land. Moreover, from the looks of these 5 people, they should be elites of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he pondered whether he could kill them in one strike. In the end, he discovered that it was somewhat difficult. Even if he could kill them, he would most likely be seriously injured. In that case, the gains would not make up for the losses. From the current situation, it seemed that he was not the first person to reach this golden beach, nor would he be the last. Before and after this, there would be other experts coming. He had to preserve his strength as a precaution. Therefore, now was not the time to make a move. Moreover, he did not have any enmity with the All Beginnings Holy Land. Therefore, it was not necessary for them to make a move. Just as he was pondering, the 5 All Beginnings Holy Land cultivators in front of him opened their mouths. One of them, a round-faced fatty, coldly shouted, "Brat, who are you? Are you a disciple of a sect or a native of this place?" Chapter 17:20. As he spoke, an exceptionally sharp aura was emitted from his body. It was as though he would immediately attack Lin Xian if his answer didn't conform to his expectations. "Everyone, there's no need to be nervous. I'm not a native. I'm just an ordinary, loose cultivator." A loose cultivator? Hearing this, the group heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he wasn't a native. They didn't care about disciples of sects in the outside world. Even if the other party was someone from the Wavering Light Holy Land, they wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, the other party was just a small, loose cultivator. They didn't care about him at all. At this time, the handsome man at the front spoke. "The 5 of us are disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land. This time, we encountered a powerful sea monster in the sea. That's why we came here. How about this? Go and prepare some food and spirit wine for us." The killing intent on the handsome man's body disappeared. However, his words carried a commanding tone. It was as though he was a high and mighty monarch and Lin Xian was only a servant. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon immediately became displeased. "When have we ever been ordered like this?" However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He even transmitted his voice to the Crimson Dragon, telling him not to act blindly without thinking. After all, he didn't have the confidence to kill the other party right now. "Okay, I'll go and prepare some food for you." Lin Xian's expression was calm. Then he dragged the Crimson Dragon and the snow-white little monkey and walked toward the forest. Looking at the backs of Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, the beautiful woman at the side asked, "Senior brother, why didn't you kill him?" "Kill him? Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? We're all injured right now. Moreover, we've consumed too much spiritual energy. We need to rest right now. Why would we do things like cooking in our daily lives? Don't you think that taking him as a slave is a very good choice?" Right. It's indeed a very good choice." The beautiful woman also smiled. The 3 youths behind her also smiled and said, "Senior Brother Gua, you're truly a good strategist." Following this, light blossomed from their bodies, forming a powerful wave of heat that dried the wet clothes on their bodies. The 5 of them sat cross-legged around the bonfire and took out some pills from their storage rings. Soon, their bodies glowed with a translucent light, quickly healing their injuries and damaged spirit energy. Not long after, they opened their eyes and started to eat the cooked food on the fire. In the forest, the Crimson Dragon was unhappy. "Brat, why aren't you making a move? Isn't it just the All Beginnings Holy Land? If the 2 of us go all out, I don't believe that we can't beat the 5 of them. Don't be rash. Now is not the time. The 5 of them are not ordinary disciples of the Holy Land. They must be elites. I'm afraid we don't have absolute confidence in winning. Let's wait." The Crimson Dragon couldn't do anything about Lin Xian's actions. Moreover, Lin Xian was right. The 2 of them did not have full confidence. In particular, the aura of the young man in the lead shocked them. Soon, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon killed another dozen or so monster beasts and collected a pile of spirit fruits. Lin Xian put away half of the food. Then he took the other half and slowly walked back to the beach. By the time Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon returned, the golden barbecued meat on the fire was already gone. However, the 5 of them still hadn't eaten their fill. Therefore, they asked Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon to get some more. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He wasn't angry at all. On the other hand, the Crimson Dragon gnashed his teeth and coldly snorted in his heart. "Damned 5 bastards. Just wait. When the time comes, Ben Huang will definitely teach you a lesson." Soon the corpses of 5 huge monster beasts were placed on the bonfire again. The 5 cultivators of the All Beginnings Holy Land sat cross-legged around the bonfire. They didn't leave any space for Lin Xian and the others. The handsome young man in the lead even said coldly, "You can go to the side and wait. We'll call you when we need you." Lin Xian frowned. However, he still nodded. Then he and the Crimson Dragon went to a distant ancient tree and sat down cross-legged. She looked at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon sitting in the distance. The woman sneered. "Humph! As expected, he's trash. He does whatever he's told and doesn't even dare to resist? That's only natural. He's just a small, loose cultivator. Before our All Beginnings Holy Land, he won't be able to cause any trouble." The several people beside her sneered disdainfully. The senior brother in the lead narrowed his eyes. "This brat has some skill. He's actually not afraid of us at all. Moreover, from the looks of it, he's concealing his cultivation." Concealing his cultivation? The woman didn't understand. Indeed, from what I've discovered, his strength is much stronger than what he's shown now. He might even be able to contend against a 5-star king. The others were also surprised to hear this. They hadn't expected that Senior Brother Gua would give such a high evaluation of the other party. However, the woman curled her lips. "So what? No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to defeat any one of us." That Senior Brother Gua nodded. "Indeed, let him be a slave for now. When we don't need him anymore, we'll naturally deal with him." As they chatted, they didn't pay attention to Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian remained expressionless when he heard these words. However, he sneered inwardly. Originally, he didn't have any enmity with the All Beginnings Holy Land and didn't want to attack these people. However, from the looks of it, these people didn't plan on letting him off. He wasn't someone who would allow others to bully him. The reason he hadn't attacked before was because he wanted to preserve his strength. Now that the other party wanted to kill him, he naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to make his move. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. At this time, the cultivators of the All Beginnings Holy Land in front of him started chatting again. However, this time, their topic shifted from Lin Xian to the ancient ruins. The woman complained, "What kind of damned place is this? It's actually so dangerous. Those sea monsters are too terrifying." Indeed, It'd be pretty good if even a tenth of the people who came in this time could pass through the sea of death. Senior brother Guo's expression was grave as he spoke in a deep voice. This sea is indeed dangerous. However, what's even more dangerous is that there are actually natives here. If that's the case, it'll be even more difficult for us to obtain treasures. Senior brother, what kind of place is this ancient ruin? The woman asked. The oblique moon mystic world. It was an extremely famous place during the ancient era. However, for some unknown reason, it was sealed by someone. Until now, it has reappeared. Originally, I thought that there wouldn't be any living creatures in this ancient ruin. Who would have thought that it would be so unexpected? That's right. This mystic world is a world of its own. Not only are there people from the ancient era, but there are also extremely ferocious, monstrous beasts. Chapter 17:21. That's right. This mystic world is a world of its own. Not only are there people from the ancient era, but there are also extremely ferocious, monstrous beasts. We must be careful. We must not fall for their tricks. While eating the golden roasted meat, the group of people quickly chatted with one another. Of course, their conversation also reached Lin Xian's ears. Slanted moon mystic world? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. This was not the first time he had heard of this place. The first time was from the natives. The second time was from the people of the All Beginnings, Holy Land. Ruzalong, exactly what sort of place is the slanted moon mystic world? Lin Xian asked via voice transmission. It is an extraordinary place. It is a world of its own. It can be said to be a paradise on earth. Furthermore, a very powerful race lives in this place. However, this place was sealed later on. It is even rumored that it was done by a great emperor. Since then, the slanted moon mystic world disappeared. Never would I have expected that it would reappear now. A great emperor. Lin Xian was extremely shocked upon hearing those words. Which great emperor? Who did it? Lin Xian asked again. I don't know. After all, it is only an ancient legend. It might not necessarily be true. The Crimson Dragon shook his head. On the other side, the golden roasted meat was completely eaten by the 5 people from the All Beginnings Holy Land. This was no ordinary meat. It contained enormous power. Thus, the 5 of them sat down cross-legged and began to operate their cultivation techniques. They consumed the energy contained in the roasted meat to recover their cultivation. Half a day later, the 5 of them opened their eyes. Soon after, the leading youth, Guo Chuanfei, stood up. His eyes were shining brightly. Beside him, the beautiful woman, Wang Yu, also revealed a smile. We've more or less recovered. Let's set off, Guo Chuanfei said in a deep voice. Soon after, the others also nodded their heads. Among them, the round-faced fatty pointed at Lin Xian and said, Get up and follow us. Okay. Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. He had a calm expression on his face. However, he had already made up his mind. He was going to take care of these 5 people in this forest. However, he still had to find an opportunity to make his move. These people from the All Beginnings, Holy Land, naturally didn't know what Lin Xian was thinking. Furthermore, they did not think that a mere rogue cultivator would dare to attack the 5 of them. Therefore, they did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Instead, they carefully sized up the forest in front of them. The forest ahead was dense, and ancient trees towered into the sky. It was a primitive scene. Furthermore, roars could be heard from the dense forest from time to time. Among them, some of the voices were extremely terrifying, bringing with them a monstrous, demonic aura. With a single glance, one could tell that they were released by powerful, demonic kings. Be careful. This primeval forest is not to be underestimated, Guo Chuanfei said to those behind him. Don't worry, Senior Brother Guo. Wang Yu and the others nodded. After that, the group set off towards the primeval forest. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon followed behind. However, they still underestimated this primeval forest. That was because not long after they entered, they discovered an enormous skeleton ahead. There were still remnants of blood and flesh on the skeleton. It was clear that the corpse of this powerful demonic king had just been killed. From the remnant aura on the skeleton, Guo Chuanfei and the others could clearly sense that this was an extremely powerful demonic king. However, it had still been killed. Not even its corpse was left behind. From this, one could imagine that the one who had killed it was an even more terrifying existence. This caused the expressions of the All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators to become extremely unsightly. As for Lin Xian, he was also extremely shocked. It seemed that this primeval forest was much more dangerous than he had imagined. Following that, everyone's eyelids jumped wildly. That was because they discovered those enormous skeletons from time to time. Those skeletons were all at the demonic king level. They were extremely terrifying. In fact, Lin Xian and the others even discovered that there were huge footprints around the corpses. It was clear that those footprints were left behind by some extremely terrifying life form. From the looks of it, it seems to be a human. Could it be an ancient giant? Wang Yu's complexion turned slightly pale. Guo Chuanfei's expression was also unsightly. He said in a deep voice, "All of you, be careful." The three cultivators behind him also nodded their heads. Their palms were somewhat cold. Lin Xian was also secretly circulating his spiritual energy. He was prepared to take action at any moment. However, gradually, the complexions of the All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators darkened. That was because they discovered that the further they went, the more frequent those huge footprints became. It was clear that they had entered the lair of a terrifying demonic beast. There was no need to think about it. That terrifying demonic beast was definitely in the vicinity. As soon as they thought of this, the few of them couldn't help but want to flee. Judging from the current situation, that demonic king was definitely incomparably terrifying. It wasn't an existence that they could contend against. "You go and scout ahead." In the end, the round-faced fatty tossed Lin Xian and the crimson dragon to the front so that they could scout ahead. This way, if there was any danger, they would be able to quickly escape. As for the safety of Lin Xian and the crimson dragon, they didn't care about it at all. Lin Xian and the crimson dragon were walking at the front. The two of them sneered in their hearts. It would appear that the other party was no longer concealing their evil intentions. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. They had to quickly find an opportunity to kill those people. Otherwise, if they really entered the lair of that demonic beast, it would be very difficult for them to deal with it. Gradually, the sky darkened. The dense forest in the surroundings also became eerie. It could even be said that the demonic aura was overflowing. At this time, it was no longer suitable to travel. The reason for that was because some powerful demonic beasts would appear from time to time during the night. Because of that, Guo Chuanfei and the others decided to find a place to rest. Fortunately, there were many mountains in the forest. The few of them chose a decent mountaintop and constructed an enormous cave for them to rest in for the time being. They even set up a spirit formation in the surroundings to prevent demonic beasts from entering. Guo Chuanfei's group of 5 sat cross-legged in the cave to rest. However, they left Lin Xian and the crimson dragon outside, because in their eyes the two of them were slaves. Of course, they didn't deserve to live with them. The crimson dragon gritted his teeth. He couldn't help but want to attack. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy, but he quickly transmitted his voice. "Don't worry. Find the right time and kill them in one strike." After midnight, the surroundings of the cave were gloomy. There was only a flickering bonfire in the cave. Inside the cave, Guo Chuanfei's group of 5 had already sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. Lin Xian and the crimson dragon didn't cultivate. The two of them keenly sensed that there was a dull aura slowly gathering. This aura was very oppressive. Even Lin Xian felt extremely uncomfortable. Damn it! What the hell is going on? The Crimson Dragon also whispered. As a member of the Dragon Clan, even he felt a trace of panic. Therefore, the two of them didn't dare to cultivate at all. They knew that something terrible was going to happen in the second half of the night.